Chelsea Williams Diggs. I'm a senior in the college here at WGST. Thank you all for coming. So this session is on gender and health. So you'll be hearing 4 papers from 4 different ladies about their topics. So the first person will be going to be Liz Clark, and her topic is on the underutilization of sexual reproductive health care by adolescents. She is a senior in college, majoring in biology of global health, originally from Saratoga, California. And she's a minor in gender studies as well. And related to her topic, she has worked for a public health department this past summer, where she was doing STD and HIV prevention, where she made toolkits for teachers to properly teach sex education to their students. Then we have Katerina Downward, and she is originally from Athens, Greece. She's a senior in SFS, majoring in culture and politics, with a focus on structural violence, identity, and social movement, with a certificate in women's and gender studies. And she is a current intern at Amnesty International at the Individuals and Communities at Risk program. She's also part of the Georgetown Solidarity. And then we have, and her paper is Medical Regimes and Gender Governmentality in Prison, Locating Trans Experience. Then we have Kristen Buchanan. Her paper is The Politics of Breast Cancer Through the Lens of Socially Disadvantaged Women. She is also a senior in the college, majoring in government and women's gender studies, a minor in Mandarin Chinese. She is originally from Atlanta, Georgia, but was born in Bangkok. Very cool. She's currently interning at the State Department and hopes to pursue a career in government, nonprofit, or the international development. And lastly, we have Aurora Leopold. And her paper is The Gender Nature of Eating Disorders, exploring the biological, psychological, and sociopolitical origins. She is a junior in college, majoring in women's and gender studies and minoring in biology. She's originally from Oxford, Pennsylvania, and is the acting crew chief and director in GERMS, and also volunteered in the Women's Center for 2 years. So the first will be Liz Clark. Thank you. So as Chelsea mentioned, my name is Liz, and through my paper I hope to explore why adolescent girls with the economic ability and access to sexual and reproductive health services do not receive the care they need. I recognize this problem after coaching at a private all-girls high school in the area, and I noticed that there were barriers to reproductive health that were not just shaped by the distribution of wealth, power, and resources in our country, but rather something within our society was having an inhibitory effect. As a result, the population I chose to research and most of the factors I discussed deliberately exclude those with financial constraints, geographic restrictions, and other social disadvantages. My paper explores the underutilization of reproductive health services from the perspective of the adolescent girls themselves, their parents, and their healthcare providers. To conclude, I will leave you with my plan to advance research. So first I'll begin by situating the problem. In contemporary society, images of sexualized bodies, actions, and behaviors infiltrate the masses and take precedence, dictating appropriate and normal behaviors. Still developing, adolescents struggle to discover their personal identities, independent of the strong forces our culture imposes. They are especially at risk for behaviors that compromise health, in particular when sex and alcohol are involved. The American College of Obstetrics and Gynecology recommends that girls have their first visit between the ages of 13 to 15. At this visit, girls should receive health guidance and information, as well as screening and preventative health services if necessary. Ideally, this appointment occurs before any pressing issues arise to build the patient-doctor relationship and relieve any fears and discomfort the adolescent may feel. Unfortunately, even with this recommendation, Hall reported that between 2006 and 2010, only 29% of young girls between the ages of 15 to 17 had ever used these services. 61% of these girls were sexually active, which ultimately accounts for only 17.6% of sexually active female teenagers. So you might wonder,
why is this important, or what are the implications if they don't receive this care. Biologically, the immature reproductive and immune system of adolescent girls increases their susceptibility to sexually transmitted diseases, STDs, and the human immunodeficiency virus, HIV. Untreated STDs can lead to complications like pelvic inflammatory disease that cause infertility and pain. STDs and unplanned pregnancies denote unique challenges, but due to time constraints, I'm going to leave that unexplored for now and move on to factors that actually prevent adolescents from using the available health services. So the first factor from the adolescent's perspective is self-stigmatization. In recent studies conducted by Planned Parenthood, girls reported fear, shame, and embarrassment during attempts to access information and services. Possibly societal or parental intolerance to adolescent sexuality isolates them. Adolescence is difficult enough already. Peers are growing and developing at different rates, and insecurities are at an all-time high. Combine this with societal pressures to control fluctuating hormones, and it becomes apparent that as a society, we are not situating adolescents in a position to make the best decisions for their health. A 2013 study from Ottawa, Canada, provides some insight regarding this dilemma. They found that youth were embarrassed to access sexual and reproductive health services because they felt judged or discriminated against for being sexually active and for their sexual orientation. This feeling of judgment may seem counterintuitive considering how the media sexualizes female bodies, especially young bodies. But these images we see are fantasies that men chase and women resist. The idealized bodies presented by the media are to tempt men and captivate the audience. But the bodies are ambiguous, lacking association with any real woman. Thus, succumbing to men and engaging in sexual activity, especially at a young age before they may have had time to understand and become comfortable with their sexuality, elicits embarrassment. These adolescents wanted non-judgmental, friendly, sex-positive, knowledgeable staff. The second concern among adolescents is confidentiality and privacy. Lehrer found that some adolescents do not receive care out of fear that their parents would find out and disapprove, possibly through insurance claims or itemized procedural bills. In 2005, Jones explored the relationship between sexual and reproductive health services and parental consent for oral contraception. 41% of girls currently on oral contraceptives said they would stop if they were required to provide parental consent. Alarmingly, half of these girls, 1 in 5 of the adolescents polled, reported in response to mandated parental consent, they would not use any form of birth control and would rather rely on the withdrawal method to prevent pregnancy. Thankfully, this knowledge is being used to shape public policy in the states, but again, for the sake of time, I won't go into that. Even though many adolescents report fear of disapproval and elevated rates of avoidance, research shows that young people would prefer sexual and reproductive health care guidance from a trusted adult compared to a peer of their own age. This gives parents a significant role in the development of their daughter's sexual behaviors. Unfortunately, many parents are not aware of their impact and often forego creating an open, honest dialogue about sex. Young and Zimmerman showed that parental awareness of adolescent health was insufficient. Parents were not communicating with their daughters because they were unaware of that their daughters were sexually active or even considering becoming active. This creates an access barrier to care as parents typically schedule adolescent doctor appointments. Without the parental nudge to see a professional, the daughters may not schedule appointments out of fear associated with talking to adults, inadequate telephone skills, lack of perceived risk, discomfort initiating conversation with a parent, or not wanting to tell their parents where they're going. Many other studies that I cannot mention now support the claim that parents are often unaware of their daughter's sexual activity. Regardless, not communicating with parents can delay necessary interventions while creating a hostile environment where adolescents feel that their sexuality is something to be ashamed of, repressed, or hidden. Another parental complication to care occurs when parents, attempting to secure the best possible care, overexpress their concerns. Referred to as helicopter parents by Cohen, these parents sit down on every doctor's appointment, voicing their concerns, answering questions for their daughters, and exuding annoyance if asked to remain in the waiting room. Even with pure intentions, they make it difficult for their daughter to express their own concerns and discuss topics privately. These parents cannot accept that their daughter could receive better health care without their insistence. In these situations, it's really important for their doctor to intervene and request to see the daughter individually. However, doctors, representing the final position we'll consider, have limitations as well and do not always promote or even have the ability to adequately provide for their adolescent patients. In 2006, Hopcraft and Baker showed provider biases make adolescents uncomfortable, withdrawn, dishonest, and uninterested to return for future checkups. It stems from the preconceived notion that because adolescents are not always independent in their living situations, they're not capable to make substantial life choices for themselves. This patronizing view is a violation of human rights to make decisions concerning their own bodies. Some private physicians also refuse to provide reproductive health services to minors without parental consent. Jones reports that this could be as many as 17 to 37% of private physicians. This creates a huge barrier for the adolescents unwilling or unable to include their parents in their reproductive health plan. Many providers also do not feel qualified to treat adolescents because they have not had formal training to address adolescent attitudes and questions. One analyzed health screenings, and his research suggests that without direct, targeted questions regarding sexual experiences, adolescents are reluctant to volunteer this information. When adolescents are uncomfortable and doctors feel inadequate, treatment suffers. Providers have an important role in how we understand our bodies in relation to our social environment. Reisman says, quote, "Physicians create and reinforce social norms when they define behaviors or conditions as pathological, such as hyperactivity in children or childlessness in women. Physicians thus have the power to determine normal behavior. With regards to sexual and reproductive health, providers should be held responsible to incite positive sexuality on adolescents, since a negative view is attributed with higher rates of unintended pregnancy, STDs, sexual coercion, and abuse. Moving forward, comprehensive sex education needs to be made available to all adolescents to increase sexual health knowledge, reduce stigmas, and promote sex positivity. In my paper, I suggest multiple ways schools can contribute to advancing this cause. One example is gender-specific parent education programs at back-to-school events to teach parents how to create a dialogue about sex. However, at this time, I believe the most important and necessary intervention is actually collecting data and gaining a better understanding of the situation. We need direct evidence why adolescents with economic abilities and access to care are not utilizing services. In my proposed study, I will survey girls between the ages of 14 to 16 from affluent areas, asking a variety of questions in different formats, such as short answer, multiple choice, collecting data on family background, sexual history, reproductive and sexual health care, such as have they used it or do they feel capable of scheduling appointments without consulting their parents, parental involvement, alcohol and drug use, extracurricular activities, just to make it more comfortable, plans for their future to see if their aspirations impact their health utilization, as well as the perceived sexual activity of peers and parental and societal opinions towards teenage sex. This data would allow me to determine if and why adolescents use these services at a disproportionate rate than their elder counterparts. I suspect this data will suggest that negative perceptions reduce adolescents' health and put them at a higher risk for STDs, unplanned pregnancies, and mental health conditions such as anxiety and depression. Overall, much more information needs to be gathered to properly assess this situation. There appears to be a discrepancy between sexual and reproductive health usage and access to care. Studying girls with access will highlight social problems and hopefully lead to an intervention to improve adolescent sexual and reproductive health. Thank you.
I encourage anybody who has comments or questions to keep them in mind because we're going to have after all the panelists present, we'll have a question Q&A. So next we have Kat, who will be speaking about trans experience with us.
How do we put this whole person down, this whole screen?
Nice.
Super. Okay, hi everyone. My name is Kat, and I'm going to be presenting on medical regimes and gender governmentality in prison, locating trans experience. So I know it's a little cumbersome sometimes to just like have us read our papers, so if I'm being boring, please yawn at me and I'll try and do something exciting. So basically, why I'm looking at this, medical regimes and gender are two sites of power in which subjectivities are produced and control is exerted. Prison is really important because this country has somewhat of a national addiction to incarceration, and therefore we must also be attentive to the fact that it is one of the last remaining gender segregated institutions, and this produces particular dilemmas, you could call it that. So those are going to be my key terms, and I'm going to jump right in. So trans experience has been ghettoized and rendered invisible in policy and scholarship. This is even more salient in prisons, where the system of binary sex classification erases trans people from statistics on inmate populations. Prison regimes attempt to naturalize and reinforce the conflation of sex and gender, with consequences on prisoners who fall outside of these categories. Meanwhile, distinct gender regimes emerge in this last standing bastion of rigid sex segregation. This makes trans prisoners more susceptible to violence and discrimination. So first I examine the gender regimes that govern prisons and locate trans individuals in these. And then I'm going to move on to examining the distinct medical needs of trans prisoners. So, the placement of transgender prisoners in facilities that conflict with their self-identified gender leads to high rates of verbal, physical, and sexual assault against trans prisoners from guards and from other inmates. These abuses are particularly acute in male prisons, where the perceived vulnerability of more feminine inmates places one at the bottom of the prison hierarchy and magnifies the risk of sexual violence. So placement in an inappropriate custodial situation is one of the most threatening matrices of power that a transgender prisoner can experience. Rigid sex segregation enables and contributes to the production of masculinity and femininity in prison. So a lot of scholarship suggests that the sex segregation that we witness in prisons actually produces exaggerated gender performances. The routines and processes which govern prison life are complicit in inscribing gender assumptions into prisoners, leaving trans subjects to further negotiate their identity. I realize I'm supposed to be using this podium. Okay, so let's take a look at femininity. The discursive construction of women in the public sphere anticipates that it contravenes women's fundamental nurture to commit crime or violence, which is symbolically yoked to masculinity. This cultural imagination dictates female prison experience in several ways, including attempts to rehabilitate and retrain femininity into female inmates. This is beyond the scope of my paper, however. But it is important to say that in the contemporary prison setting, women are treated as though they are emotionally and psychologically damaged, that they lack firm boundaries and have fractured personalities. On the other hand, the disproportionate representation of men in prison has resulted in masculine criminality being deemed more normal than female criminality. So correctional formats cater to this normalization of masculine violence, again in ways that are beyond the scope of my paper. But what we must ask is, how does this implicate feminine and trans subjectivities within prison? In the drive to assert dominance and establish power in the often dangerous prison setting, there is an incentive to adopt a hegemonic form of hypermasculinity. So when this becomes intertwined with sexual prowess and the subordination of feminine subjects in order to mark territory and intimidation, masculinity and masculine subjects can take on a particularly toxic form. Acts and threats of rape become forms of intimidation and of domination, as well as strategies of control of other prisoners, those that they perceive to be weaker or effeminate or gay. Transgender prisoners often occupy an embodiment that suggest that they are amorphous or weak subjects. In the case of D. Farmer, a transgender woman placed in a man's prison, this led to her violent rape. Also, a scholar called Darren Rosenblum, for anyone who wants to know, documents a plethora of cases where pre- and post-operative transgender inmates were subject to cruel and unusual punishment due to their placement in gender inappropriate prisons, or in general because of their embodiment. Also, the high incidences of HIV and hepatitis C among prison populations, coupled with the non-availability of condoms in prison, because, as you may know, sex is effectively criminalized in prison. This places prisoners with a high risk of infection with life-threatening diseases if they are assaulted. Being a trans inmate, therefore, has harmful consequences in a setting that privileges hypermasculinity. As a result, sexual violence must be at the forefront of analyses to transform gender regimes in prison. So, shifting gears, I'm going to consider the distinct experience of trans prisoners with the medical regimes that govern prison. I say distinct because there is a tension between calls for demedicalization by women who are over-medicalized with psychotropic drugs, and trans prisoners who need to have continued access to gender-affirming care in prison. So prisons use restrictive gender recognition policies based on genitalia, and they require medical documentation. Prison placement is contingent on medical documentation of diagnosis with something called gender identity disorder, or by meeting an arbitrary threshold that suggests successful transition to a new gender. This threshold may be a legal stipulation that an inmate must have been diagnosed prior to incarceration, or that they've been administered therapy, or that they've completed gender-confirming surgery. Effectively, the burden of proof for establishing gender identity is placed outside of the trans inmate's power. As a result, the categorization and placement of transgender people in the American prison system often conflicts with their self-identification and their medical needs. It also compounds the existing discrimination that trans people experience outside prison and imports that discrimination into the carceral microcosm. So who here has seen Orange is the New Black? Okay, so we witnessed something interesting in this series. We see a lot of interesting things in this series, but one of the things that I want to draw attention to is how a lot of the female inmates, including Piper, disdain and resist the administration of pills, especially in those cases where they have not been informed of the character. Hi. I'm just talking about Orange is the New Black, by the way. Yes. So you're not lost. Okay. So they resist the administration of pills, especially in those cases where they have not been informed of the character and effects of these drugs. Meanwhile, Sophia, who is an M2S trans inmate, is visibly distressed when she is notified that she will no longer be administered the hormonal therapy that she was previously taking. This arbitrary decision by the prison staff has obvious consequences for Sophia. Sophia's multiple-year sentence, as you might remember, is for credit card fraud committed in order to finance her gender change operation. The prospect that she cannot complete her post-operative hormonal therapy in prison is therefore something of a tragic irony. To try and circumvent the psychological burden and physical consequences of this arbitrary penalization, Sophia requests that her partner smuggle pills into the prison. Her partner is dismayed by Sophia's willingness to implicate her family in this criminal behavior, and the couple is temporarily alienated. This story captures an intriguing tension in feminist literature between women who are discursively resisting and condemning the medicalization of female criminality and gender identity in prisons, and those trans individuals who are positing the importance of medical access to gender-confirming care. On the one hand, the disproportionate overprescription of psychotropic medicines to female prisoners has been documented across the United States. Female deviance has often been imagined as a matter of mental or emotional instability. Their identity is conceived of as amorphous or fractured, and medical power has often been instrumentalized in their corrective regimes to render women docile and exert control. In the minds of profit-maximizing prisons, a tranquil prisoner is a cheap prisoner, and so there is an economic benefit to sedating inmates. Historically, drug experimentation and forced sterilization have also been used as technologies of power over inmate subjectivities and female reproduction. It is no wonder then that there are many who are skeptical and outraged at the medical complicity in violence and control. A scholar by the name of Susan Serrett problematizes this unholy alliance between carceral institutions and medical power. She suggests that, quote, America's astronomical rates of incarceration and America's equally astronomical rates of psychotropic drug use, also the highest in the world, are two sides of the same coin. She clarifies that the administration of psychotropic drugs runs along gendered lines, citing examples such as the fact that 56% of female inmates in Massachusetts in 2012 were treated with psychiatric medication, 56% as opposed to 17% of their male counterparts. Either one has to believe gender-essentializing discourses about the mental frailty of women and the association of female deviance with mental volatility or a fractured sense of self, or this dichotomy is profoundly problematic. On the other side of the ring, to give voice to the transgender experience to which I was referring, is Chase Strangio. He's a transgender attorney and a journalist for the Huffington Post, and he writes in defense of the medical model that governs the prison experience of transgender people. He states that gender identity disorder is an important diagnostic tool that can lead to prison placement that coheres with an inmate's gender identity and can protect them from exposure to violence. In retaliating against the pressure for demedicalization, Chase Strangio suggests that the diagnosis of gender identity disorder has become a tool to resist medical and other forms of state control, particularly in prisons where access to all medical and mental health care is centralized with the prison staff and often deliberately denied. So Sophia from Orange is the New Black may have avoided her predicament if there was a recognition of her medical need. Prisoners often require a diagnosis of gender identity disorder in order to initiate all access to gender-affirming care. Since a significant portion of the US public lacks the private health insurance, or the, sorry, let me take a sip of water here. A significant portion of the US public lacks the private health insurance or government provision of care. Treatment for gender identity disorder is out of reach to many. Even those individuals with health insurance are restricted from receiving gender-confirming treatment, especially for expensive treatments such as genital surgery that are not covered by Medicaid in most states, and in some instances are not even covered by private insurers. Ultimately, this analysis contravenes a general consensus within feminist literatures that critique the medicalization of gender identity as a dangerous extension of state power over lived subjectivity. These convergent examples between the experience of women and the experience of trans people should serve to complexify our understanding of how prisoners' needs differ. It also should contextualize feminist appeals for demedicalization with an understanding of how that may have unintended consequences on trans inmates. Ultimately, different prisoners construct varying understandings of their identity and medical needs, and there is no singular model that can satisfy these plural conceptions. Healthcare for prisoners should not rest on immutable, rigid notions of gender identity or of presumed need. It should be evaluated on a case-by-case basis. So to conclude, prison policies are often construction on the assumption that prisoners have revoked the human rights afforded to other citizens by virtue of a criminal deed. This is used to legitimize force, to normalize historic abuses of medical power in prisons, such as sterilization, scientific experimentation, and overprescription of drugs, and to disregard prisoners' medical needs. Rather than seeking a singular, homogeneous medical regime to impose on all prisoners, catering to their human needs and individual experiences is a more promising model that would demonstrate a commitment to the human rights of those most forgotten and invisibilized by the system. I have tried to show how trans prisoners are disproportionately susceptible to violence and discrimination in prison settings because of the non-recognition of non-normative gender, and because of the prison-specific gender regimes that structure risk for inmates who do not adopt a particular variant of hypermasculinity. I also explored how the particular medical needs of trans prisoners sets their community apart and must invigorate calls for person-specific healthcare in prison. However, if our social imagination continues to posit prisoners as more expendable, less valuable, or less deserving, to reduce their lived experience to an inmate number, we can expect to be underwhelmed by attempts at token reforms. Thank you.
And now we'll have Kristen.
Thanks, Chelsea, for your nice introduction. As you already mentioned, my presentation will explore the intersection of race and class in the politics of breast cancer. Each October marks Breast Cancer Awareness Month, and with its arrival follows an abundance of fundraisers, ad campaigns, and marches to raise awareness for the disease and funding for its cure. Amidst the pink haze that accompanies these breast cancer narratives, one voice seems to be lost in the crowd: the voice of the low-income, minority, socially disadvantaged woman. The politics surrounding breast cancer, who gets screened, who gets treated, and whose life is of concern, greatly privileges the culturally dominant classes of society and excludes the oppressed classes. Moreover, the language, rhetoric, and meanings imbued into breast cancer discourse belie strong implications of the way society stigmatizes disadvantaged women, problematizes their fertility, and devalues their reproduction. In this paper, I argue that the narrative of biopolitics and self-screening surrounding breast cancer and its metaphors of risk, warfare, and invasion position low-income minority women as a diseased subpopulation exhibiting chaotic, unbridled reproduction, necessitating control and elimination. Moreover, socially disadvantaged women are excluded from the discourse of managing risk for breast cancer, with screenings and self-policing constructed as a necessity for white middle-class women only. The body in breast cancer, as depicted by the media and in personal narratives, is a body that is stigmatized and compromised. It is seen as a diseased body, a failed body, a pathological body. The cancerous body contains the seeds of its own destruction, the unbridled reproduction of its cells. Dorothy Broom, in Reading Breast Cancer, Reflections on a Dangerous Intersection, elaborates on these themes. She explores the rhetoric surrounding society's morbid fear of breast cancer and links the dread breast cancer incites to disordered femininity and decaying social order. By solely fixating on women, women's bodies, and women's behavior, breast cancer rhetoric has come to, quote, reinstantiate the female body as fundamentally morbid. As such, the fear and uncertainty breast cancer invokes in society underscores the social stigmas attached to women's bodies, behaviors, and reproduction. Within breast cancer discourse, the language used to describe the nature of its treatment is particularly salient. In Illness's Metaphor and AIDS and its Metaphors, Susan Sontag illustrates how, quote, the controlling metaphors in descriptions of cancer are drawn from the language of warfare. Cancer cells do not simply multiply, they are invasive. In the treatment of cancer, radiotherapy uses the metaphors of aerial warfare. Patients are bombarded with toxic rays. And chemotherapy is chemical warfare using poisons. Within this framework, developing breast cancer is not only engulfed in shame, terror, and stigma, but its treatment also relies on metaphors that instigate warfare, invasion, and attack. These analogies incite fear-mongering and ingest society with an irrational anxiety towards cancer. Cancer, and by association, the body itself, becomes the enemy. The disease no longer acts on the body, but rather the body itself becomes the disease. The manner in which society discusses and treats breast cancer holds grave implications for the way society perceives women, especially minority, low-income women's bodies and reproductive capacities. Breast cancer discourse is laden with meanings, metaphors, and descriptions that are also employed by society to attack socially disadvantaged women and their reproductive bodies. Dorothy Roberts' research on the contraceptive Norplant sheds light on the way minority populations are perceived to pose a threat to white hegemony, with Black women's fertility fueling the disintegration of sound social structures. Roberts writes, quote, "The word underclass refers not only to its members' poverty, but also to a host of social pathologies such as crime, drug addiction, violence, welfare dependency, and illegitimacy. These other depravities are associated with Black culture. Contemporary welfare rhetoric blames Black single mothers for transmitting a deviant lifestyle to their children, a lifestyle marked by moral degeneracy and criminality. Black women are blamed for many of the ills that plague society, while their wombs and stereotyped licentious nature become the scapegoats for dominant groups to channel their anxiety over loss of control. Fears of Black women's fertility breeding social ills render Black women's bodies as objects of supervision and arenas for social regulation. It is within the intersections of reproduction, the body, and regulation where breast cancer discourse and the embodied deviance of socially disadvantaged minority women collide, positioning them as themselves cancerous. The reproduction involved in cancer fuels the stereotype of Black women's hyperfertility and reproduction as a social ill needing elimination. Descriptions of cancer that evoke a catastrophe of, quote, unregulated, abnormal, incoherent growth convey how minority women are depicted as unregulated, abnormal, shameful, and a social deviance and disease themselves. One of the major areas in which these socioeconomic and cultural prejudices are played out is in assessing and managing women's risk for breast cancer. The moral biopolitical imperative of self-policing the body through breast cancer screenings is passed over when discussing socially disadvantaged minority women. They are viewed as risky, not in terms of developing breast cancer, but rather as a burden, nuisance, and illness to society, excluding them from many elements of self-care discourse. In her article, Embodying Risk, Embodying Political Rationality, Women's Accounts of Risks for Breast Cancer, Ann Robertson presents an overview of the self-care strategies women use to negotiate and mediate their risk for breast cancer. The motivations and language framing these women's actions revolve around a sense of personal duty. Robertson writes, quote, "Nearly every woman in the study talked about the individual responsibility that she and all women have for reducing their personal risks for breast cancer at the level of lifestyle behaviors such as diet, smoking, and alcohol consumption, behaviors which they were well aware of as risk factors for breast cancer. These strategies implicate a biopolitical imperative of self-regulation in order to maintain one's individual health as a moral responsibility to the self and to society. However, it is primarily white, upper-middle class women that have the means and access to these strategies by which to fulfill their societal obligations. They can afford to buy healthy foods and gym memberships, while socially disadvantaged women are unable to meet those standards. The moral imperative that mandates self-policing the body and self-care strategies excludes socially disadvantaged women. The narrative of the simultaneous burden and privilege of biopolitical breast cancer screening does not apply to low-income minority women. These deeply embedded cultural perceptions generate real-life, practical consequences to the health and lives of these women. Minority women in socially disadvantaged situations are excluded from the practices that are seen as necessary to detect and treat breast cancer. These practices are obligations for white middle-class women, but unnecessary privileges for the lucky few minority low-income women who can afford them. Kathleen Peters' interviews with 15 female healthcare consumers and professionals documented in Politics and Patriarchy, Barriers to Health Screening for Socially Disadvantaged Women, illustrates the barriers women living in economically and service-disadvantaged areas face when seeking medical screenings. Peters finds that the most salient barriers are language and cultural obstacles, abuse and maltreatment, lack of financial resources, and physical barriers, including lack of transportation. Even those who are able to receive treatment face discrimination from medical professionals affecting their future healthcare decisions and outcomes. All of these factors create an environment that is inhospitable and unwelcoming to socially disadvantaged women. Rather than ameliorating even the most basic factors, such as transportation, taking time off work, cost concerns that prevent marginalized women from obtaining proper health care, social structures perpetuate these inequalities. Peters concludes, quote, "People who live in disadvantaged areas are less likely to participate in preventative health care, are at increased risk of diseases, and have poorer health outcomes compared to those that live in more affluent areas. As such, low-income minority women face a greater risk for developing breast cancer and letting it go undetected and untreated compared to their white, affluent counterparts. If the risky and dangerous body in breast cancer can only become safe through appropriate treatment and preventative care, then the body of the socially disadvantaged woman is in a constant state of chaos and disrepair." Marginalized women's concurrent heightened risk for breast cancer and inferior status to socially advantaged women creates a double bind in that they not only cannot afford cancer screenings, but also face discrimination in examination rooms, leaving them at a higher risk for developing breast cancer and having the illness viewed as their own fault. In the biopolitics of breast cancer, changing cultures of disease and activism, Maren Klawitter analyzes the public health discourses and practices that enlarged the regime of breast cancer in women's lives and created the biopolitical ethic that encouraged women to constantly monitor and police themselves. Under this call to, quote, "go and search," it was seen as the individual woman's fault if she developed breast cancer because she failed to monitor herself adequately. She explains, quote, "Women who discovered the danger signals but did not follow the sick role script precisely as it was written by medical professionals and endorsed by the AMA could be held responsible for the deadly spread of their cancer." Under the evolving regime of medicalization and biomedicalization, medical professionals, in union with the media, launched early detection campaigns that outlined the steps women needed to take to check themselves for breast cancer. This included self-exams, mammograms, and other methods of screening. They encouraged women to look for the danger signals early, and if any were detected, to immediately consult a physician. Any delay or any failure to live up to their individual and social responsibilities to mediate their breast cancer risk was seen as a personal failure. Their contracting the disease and its spread was viewed as a justly deserved punishment. The attitudes and fears propagated by the medical institution pose a great dilemma for marginalized women who cannot afford to partake in the go-in-search regime. Even though they are excluded from participating in the efforts to negotiate breast cancer risk or receive breast cancer treatment because of socially ingrained inequalities, they are still viewed as at fault if they develop breast cancer. Klawitter succinctly summarizes this unjust double bind when she writes, quote, "Medicine has continually expanded its jurisdiction by colonizing new territories and dimensions of experience. On the other hand, it has marginalized and excluded poor people, people without health insurance, immigrants, and racial and ethnic minorities, whereas white middle-class women were successfully interpolated into the new disease regime, less privileged women were marginalized in this regime of practices." Although the campaign to fight and find a cure for breast cancer has done much to raise awareness for the disease, its inherent flaw is that it does nothing to address the position and perception of socially disadvantaged women. Their voices remain hidden while their stereotypes remain salient. Ingrained within our colonial past are fears of poor, minority, oppressed classes unraveling the seams of white dominance. These fears have come to construct minority, low-income women as perpetrators and breeders of the social ills that threaten white hegemony. The intertwined nature of this propaganda and the discourse surrounding breast cancer positions marginalized women as a cancer themselves. Their alleged hyperfertility and unbridled reproduction mirrors the morbid fears of cancerous cells taking over and corrupting a healthy body. Moreover, the way chemotherapy and other cancer treatments are vocalized as attack and warfare parallels the hostility of the dominant classes towards the dominated, as well as the call for the elimination of the other. Finally, due to social, structural, and economic factors, the majority of marginalized women have no plausible way to alleviate and lessen their risk for breast cancer. As it stands, their lives are considered less valuable compared to the privileged classes. However, the future remains open to more research on the effects of breast cancer rhetoric on socially disadvantaged women, as well as the ways breast cancer campaigns can reform their practices to raise awareness of the marginalized, stigmatized voices.
And lastly, we'll have a roll.
Sure. This is yours.
Does everybody have a program? Do you have a match?
That should say present, open with. Yeah, that's such a good point.
That's the baby.
Okay, hi everyone. So like Chelsea said, my name's Aurora. I'm a pre-med junior in the college, majoring in women's and gender studies. And it was my interest in the relationship between health and feminism that motivated me to explore the topic of eating disorders. So I poked into my paper. I also put some, I'll be reading kind of through these as I go, but here are some of the most relevant kind of facts and figures. So eating disorders are a unique pathology of the Western world. They're the product of both cultural and socio-political norms for beauty and success. While medicine has found a biological basis for eating disorders, genetic predisposition alone does not cause eating disorders. Only when predisposition is combined with psychological and socio-political risk factors do eating disorders develop. These factors predominantly affect women, which makes them more likely than men to develop eating disorders. Therefore, I argue that biology plays a very limited role in the development of eating disorders. Instead, psychological and socio-political factors are the main cause of eating disorders in women. Eating disorders are worthy of our time in studying because they cause serious physical and mental consequences. In fact, eating disorders have the highest mortality rate of any mental disorder. For example, 20% of people suffering from anorexia will prematurely die from complications related to their eating disorder, including suicide and heart problems. Some associated mental disorders include depression, anxiety, OCD, and substance abuse. In addition, the mortality rates for eating disorders are surprisingly high. 4% for anorexia, 3.9% for bulimia, and 5.2% for atypical eating disorders, which is just any eating disorder which isn't bulimia or anorexia. These statistics leave little doubt about the negative consequences eating disorders can have on those with this condition. While eating disorders do affect both men and women, they are far more common among women. Only about 10 to 15% of those diagnosed with anorexia or bulimia are women. In fact, the prevalence of eating disorders among young women and adolescents is 0.5 to 3.6 women with eating disorders are underdiagnosed, and even fewer receive treatment. In addition, 95% of those diagnosed with eating disorders are between 12 and 26 years of age, suggesting that eating disorders are not just common in women, but young women in particular. I believe that young women are susceptible to developing eating disorders because of their increased exposure to socio-political and cultural norms of femininity, success, and beauty. From a young age, women begin to realize how they are judged and valued based on their appearance, while most men never receive such scrutiny. While men who suffer from eating disorders should not be ignored, the increased prevalence of eating disorders among young women suggests that this disorder has gender origins. In order to understand why some women, but not all women, develop eating disorders, researchers have investigated the possibility of genetic predisposition as a main determinant in their development. A paper goes on to explore the implications of this study, but the researchers' main conclusion was that anorexia is significantly heritable, while bulimia is not. While biology does affect the development of eating disorders, most experts agree that genetic predisposition plays a limited role. Rather, it is the interaction of genetic predisposition with environmental, social, and cultural factors that causes young women to develop eating disorders. More influential than genetic predisposition, however, are the psychological factors that contribute to eating disorders. For example, depression, puberty, sexual abuse, and exposure to bullying in school and at home contribute to the development of eating disorders. Depression and eating disorders are uniquely intertwined. Approximately 50% of those with eating disorders also meet the criteria for depression. In addition, many young women going through puberty develop eating disorders. Puberty is considered an important milestone in the development of body image because it is associated with a multitude of psychological and physical changes. Not only do young women going through puberty change how they perceive themselves, but others begin to see them differently as well. They are seen as sexual beings, and as such, they're exposed to teasing and sexual abuse from both their peers and family members. Fairborn and Harrison proposed that these psychological factors lead to eating disorders for several reasons. In brief, these theories propose that the restriction of food intake that characterizes the onset of many eating disorders has two main origins, both of which may operate. The first is a need to feel in control of life, which gets displaced onto controlling eating. The second is over-evaluation of shape and weight and those who have been sensitized to their appearance. Given the concerning psychological factors that lead to eating disorders, it makes sense that young women attempt to regain control of their lives through other means. In addition, the added pressure to conform to social norms and be accepted by their social group is a common concern among young women. Therefore, these psychological factors need to be considered in conjunction with socio-political and cultural causes as a main determinant of eating disorders. One cultural cause of women's eating disorders is the unrealistic body images women are exposed to through the media. These images increase women's dissatisfaction with their bodies and often make them feel as though they are not measuring up to the Western standard of feminine beauty. Even though the public may recognize that the women featured in magazines are not real, it still creates pressure to attain the unattainable. Why then do some women develop eating disorders and others do not, assuming we are all equally exposed to the same images? Susan Bordeaux suggests people's identities are formed not only through the interaction with images, powerful as they are, the unique configurations of ethnicity, family, age, and so forth that make up each person's life will determine how each actual woman is affected by our culture. Therefore, it's the combination of such images with one's experiences that makes some women more likely than others to develop eating disorders. Other cultural factors, such as family and social groups, can provoke the development of eating disorders. For example, both parents and peers influence young women's relationship with food and instill values about appearance and eating habits. They are also hugely influential in the development of characteristics that put women at risk for developing eating disorders, such as perfectionism, low self-esteem, anxiety, obesity, and body dissatisfaction. In addition, studies of peer groups among young girls show that these groups are often formed on the basis of shared concerns, such as the desire to be thin and attractive. Ultimately, these elements point to culture, working not only through ideology and images, but through the organization of the family, the construction of personality, the training of perception, as not simply contributory, but productive of eating disorders. In addition to cultural influence, socio-political factors such as the medical fields contribute to the stigmatization of the obese and the obsession with fitness that precipitates eating disorders. Anne-Marie Judel writes, an attraction to quantification and a belief that appearance mirrors the true inner self, compounded by a religious fascination in establishing rules of normality, underpins the medical and cultural over-reliance on weight as an indicator of health. This belief that the outside is a reflection of the inside is commonly accepted in the United States. For example, thinness is often equated with strength, self-control, and beauty, while fatness is associated with laziness, gluttony, and ugliness. In order to address this harmful attitude, Judel suggests the medical field place emphasis on healthy behavior rather than on objective healthy body size. In order to combat eating disorders, it is imperative that the biopsychosocial causes be recognized. However, treatment models have largely been based on the biological and psychological risk factors. For example, cognitive behavior therapy and drugs are often prescribed to help women deal with their eating disorders. While medicalizing eating disorders has its advantages, there are also significant disadvantages to this approach. For example, when doctors medicalize anorexia and bulimia, they place the blame on women for misperceiving their bodies. However, it is our culture that is responsible for creating such misconceptions, and by extension, for eating disorders themselves. Susan Border writes, the anorectic thus appears not as the victim of a unique and bizarre pathology, but as the bearer of very distressing tidings about our culture. Women with eating disorders do not misperceive their bodies. Rather, they see themselves all too clearly through society's eyes. Instead of recognizing the role of culture in society in creating eating disorders, many doctors and psychologists blame women for feeling this way about their bodies. Ultimately, treatment models need to better understand how our culture adversely affects young women, instead of simplifying eating disorders to a pathology. Finally, looking at the prevalence of eating disorders in the male population may reveal what characteristics lead to eating disorders in both women and men. While only 10 to 15% of those with eating disorders are men, they too suffer from perfectionism and body dissatisfaction. It's interesting to note that while women with high BMIs felt dissatisfied with their bodies, men with both high and low BMIs felt dissatisfied with their bodies. This suggests that while women feel pressure to be thin, men feel pressure to be muscular, not too big and not too small. This can help explain why eating disorders, especially anorexia, are more common in women than men. In general, men do not want to achieve extreme thinness because that would be deviating from norms of masculinity, while for women, thinness is conforming to norms of femininity. To further support this theory, research has shown that among gay men, 14% suffer from bulimia and 20% suffer from anorexia. I suggest that eating disorders are highest in the gay population because these men are painfully aware of their bodies and how they fall short of masculine norms. While some gay men maintain their masculinity, others choose to identify as feminine. This belief may motivate them to adopt norms of femininity, such as extreme thinness, as a way to compensate for the otherwise male bodies. Therefore, I believe that eating disorders are more common in women than men because thinness is a manifestation of femininity. In conclusion, women are adversely affected by anorexia, bulimia, and atypical eating disorders due to the gendered biopsychosocial origins of these conditions. Eating disorders are gravely understudied and misunderstood, especially within the medical field. While there is a genetic predisposition for developing eating disorders, it is of little significance unless combined with certain cultural and socio-political factors. While various treatment models exist, few recognize the larger reasons for why women develop eating disorders. As a consequence, the medicalization of eating disorders often fails to recognize that the true cure for eating disorders is changing the Western world's perception of beauty and femininity. So thanks for listening. I hope you found it interesting and relevant.
We have all the presenters and in your seats right here. And we can start off with any questions or comments.
I had a question for Kristen. I wanted to know if you saw any successful campaigns in minority neighborhoods, or any successful campaigns that combined, like, we're all in this together sort of thing. Were there any, or is it just hopeless?
That's a good question.
Yeah.
I don't think it's hopeless. So what I presented today was a condensed version of the longer paper I submitted. So in the longer one, I did talk a little bit about the ways African American women are trying to create their own narratives to subvert this whole process. So I looked at 3 magazines targeted for African American women. One was Ebony, one was Essence, and the other was Black Elegance. And so when they depict breast cancer in these magazines, they really focus on the personal narrative and the sharing of the woman's story and their lived experience with breast cancer as a, well, like in other areas, people will focus more on statistics and scientific facts, but so in these magazines, they focus more on the personal experience as primary to the scientific facts and stats. So I think that's one way, is that people are making it their own.
Combine it, like it's have a one overall campaign, or is it just not real? Like it just won't happen because it's too vast of a
I think it's definitely possible. Yeah, like I said, the future definitely remains open to exploring these possibilities. Thank you.
I have a specific question for Ms. Downer. I was wondering how the trend of privatization has affected trans people in prisons, and if there are any silver linings, and also with regards to women.
Right, yeah, so what I mentioned about the context in which I mentioned the privatization of prisons is to examine how women in particular are medicalized and how they're administered psychotropic drugs, because when they are sedated, tranquil prisoners seem to be a cheaper prisoner because they're going to cause less fuss and uproar within the prison context. So prison privatization in the U.S. has kind of remained at the 10% mark, and has it doesn't sort of seem to be increasing beyond that. So a lot of them are state-run prisons, but it is beyond the privatization of prisons. I think it's just a general trend to be aware of that there is an attempt to basically pacify and render docile inmates in prison. So this doesn't, in itself, I mentioned that in the context of female experience, it doesn't necessarily implicate trans prisoners. It is a distinct category. And then to your second question about if there are any silver linings, I think that when I spoke about what Change Stranger was advocating for, was that even though a lot of feminists and sort of prison reformists and prison abolitionists, while they call for a demedicalization of prisons, or kind of a turn away from this over administration of psychotropic drugs to women, it's important to recognize how actually diagnostic tools such as gender identity disorder and providing healthcare for trans prisoners, providing hormonal therapy and other gender-affirming care is actually really important to trans inmates. And therefore, that disjuncture between the literatures we should be attentive to it kind of moving forward. So as such, the silver lining would be, not getting rid of access to this health treatment and healthcare for trans prisoners effectively.
I have a question for Aurora. So you mentioned that medicalization of eating disorders may cause increased blame on the individuals affected by the disorders. And I was wondering what your ideas are on an alternative to help those eating disorders other than just medicalizing their problems and referring them to a certain physician.
Right, well, I mean, there are pros and cons to medicalizing it. Some of the pros are, of course, that, some treatment models, I was talking about the cognitive behavior therapy, those models do tend to address more of the underlying causes, like the psychological causes, but ultimately none of those treatment models really fix the root problem, which I don't really see how you know, any like drug can fix like, you know, culture necessarily. So I think that while medicalizing it is necessary to a certain extent, just because there are obviously medical consequences, the root cause of it can't be fixed by any drug or one treatment model.
I have a question for Kat. You talked a little bit specifically about like different kinds of trans experience. I think you mentioned obviously orange is to be black, and then kind of the toxic masculinity and like things like that for people who identify as women who are put in male segregated prisons. And I was wondering if you had researched at all or kind of different experiences, or if there's been any. It would be interesting to me to think about maybe someone who hasn't gone through transition but who identifies as a woman, like how that affects them, if the environment of toxic masculinity would be more dangerous for them than you know, kind of conflict, like not self-identifying in the way that's that they usually do. I don't know. That's kind of like a hard line talk, but I was wondering if you had any input on like M to F trans folks and like maybe their experience.
Right. Yeah. No. So basically, first of all, the assignment of transgender inmates to male or female prisons varies by state, both on the basis of their own kind of diagnostic like determinations of what constitutes a transition, but also based on resources such as where female prisons are located, for example. So part of the problem, and you know what you speak to very well, is the fact that you know there isn't the way that people self-identify doesn't necessarily cohere or match up with the ways that prison regimes or medical diagnoses determine when gender transition has successfully occurred. So people can be pre or post-operative and be undergoing hormonal treatment or not, or they can just identify in non-normative ways, and that complicates the terrain of kind of identifying and placing transgender prisoners, because it is such a rigidly segregated institution and remains so to this day. The research that I did indicated that that typically, because of the toxic masculinities present in male prisons, M2F inmates who are not recognized as being female and are therefore placed in male prisons are at a much higher risk and much more vulnerable to incidents of sexual assault, discrimination, and kind of being made, the wifeys, quote unquote, of other sort of toxic, hypermasculine inmates and being assaulted by prison guards. So, in sort of the lesser of two evils is almost being placed in the female prison, where the cultivation of toxic masculinity is not as pernicious, and I guess trans prisoners would be at less of a risk of assault. But because of the sex segregation, ultimately that's, it's just inherently problematic, and because of this medicalization, placement does not cohere to self-identification, and that was part of my research.
My question is for Aurora. I know that particularly when it comes to gendered issues, medicalization is largely demonized, but as someone who wants to go into medicine and is in germs, how do you reconcile those two seemingly conflicting things?
So, on the one hand, there is, I do critique the medical field a lot, especially in regards to eating disorders, but at the same time, the reason I want to go into that field is because I think I can help change those perceptions, perhaps, and I'd like to kind of play a role in expanding what the medical field, I guess, addresses, kind of not just simplifying issues of eating disorders to like, oh, you need to gain weight, because that's not the issue. It's cultural and psychological, and it's kind of a combination of all those things. So I'd like to explore that as a topic.
Last question?
If
clarify, in my plan, what I was talking about was research going forward. And so I was targeting girls just to see what their perceptions are and to see what's blocking them from actually physically going to the clinic, having these checkups, rather than the education. The education, I think, needs to target boys and girls, because I do agree that it's, it's on both parties, and both need to take responsibility in that, and that they can, in general, go ban reproductive rights and kind of change the way that we think about it. So yeah, I think education needs to target both. My research that I want in the future will just be targeting their perceptions and stuff.
Thank you, guys.
I believe we still have some refreshments left outside. Grab some pastries and coffee, and we'll see you all back in 7 minutes, right? 10 minutes, maybe. And there are 11 seats over on this side.
Especially African American.
I think we should walk around after we come back at like 3.
And
Have come back.
Yeah, just
I'm just gonna say they're not there.
But yeah, no, I think that's why it's not just like a 10, 14-day jump start.
But you do drink these diet boost shakes. It's for high, because I had like, my liver actually fast, super good. My liver is low, my HDL is super high, but my LDL is not doing it. So it's overall cholesterol. Yeah.
I'm the sensitive ambassador to blood. We have to
Well, no, you should.
There is sandwiches, right?
Yeah. So it's interesting because she was basically saying okay, right? She's saying that she was one of that push and general more gearing towards boys. But still, that's a lot. And she was saying that like Goldilocks originally started off in the wall. There was one issue that just like one was like Princess Peru, which was like outside that. It can still be like pink and it doesn't sound like it's outside. Yeah. So it makes sense. Wow. It's not like me. Do they refugees that in the US? Do you know? And so they told me that they were particularly what the problem was. They wasn't on my team. They're also like they told me to graduate solution from more than two. And you say we have different teams.
Yeah. Oh, I can't say that.
Yeah. How long is it? Next Wednesday. Is it the White House?
Well, they'll be regular sandwiches, I think. Here. They took care of their work. The minute cucumbers are delicious. They are fresh. These come from Canada. I get them at Costco. They're huge things from Canada. They don't grow them. So it might be a little weird. What are they called? I'll have to look and see. They're called QQs or something. I don't know the name of the company.
Sure. Why not?
I give it a couple more minutes. I think we've got to
women's land rights, child custody battles, and the ongoing Maoist movement in India that has sparked great gender-based violence. So the first presenter, Mina Song, will be presenting her paper entitled State-Sponsored Sex Tourism in South Korea that examines the intersection between sex work, tourism, and leisure travel and the need for greater protections of sex workers. Our second presenter, Harmony Kabangi, sorry if I didn't say it, will present her paper, Engendering Women's Access to Land Tenure Rights, a Viable Solution to Improve Food Security. Harmony is a junior in the School of Foreign Service studying international politics and African studies. And she chose to write this paper because she was recently awarded the Circumnavigator's Travel Grant, where she will travel to Peru, Brazil, Italy, Tanzania, Zambia, India, and Nepal to conduct field research on women's land rights and food security. The paper dissects the social norms and customs that inhibit women's access to land tenure rights, while also examining the need for women's land rights in order to ensure household food security and sustainable development in developing countries. Our third presenter, Melissa Riggio, is a French and German double major with a minor in Women's and Gender Studies, and she's presenting her paper, Child Custody in the U.S. Legal System. And Melissa chose to write on this topic because she kept hearing men's rights activists and anti-feminists claiming that women had the advantage in court custody cases, and she wanted to research whether or not this was true. So the pervasive myth of female-dominated child custody cases is one that Melissa seeks to analyze and deconstruct. And then lastly, Calanthea May will present her paper, Women in Conflict, Biopolitics of India's Naxalite Maoist Insurgencies. And in order to analyze this topic, Calanthea's work seeks to contextualize wartime female biopolitics. So we'll start with Mia. Thank you. I'm happy to be here at our first Women's and Gender Studies conference. I'll be talking about state-sponsored sex work in South Korea because I was born in South Korea, and when I came here, I developed an interest for women's studies in Dr. Park's intro class and public health as I came into Georgetown as a pre-med and decided to go with the more upstream factors. And I was interested in sex work as a public health issue in South Korea. So South Korea has a long history of organized sex work, from feudal female entertainers to comfort women of Japanese colonialism to the organized sex tourism industry that boomed in the 1970s and still continues today despite illegalization. And through changing international political economies and gender power relations, sex workers were continuously organized and used by institutions of power, including the Korean government itself, Japanese colonial overlords, and the U.S. military. I'll describe Korea's history of institutionalized sex work, present arguments for sex work as a form of labor, and finally discuss the public health issues stemming from the illegalization of sex work in 2004. The Korean government approached sex work as a position of morality and legality and not of public health, but it is critical that this issue be considered from a public health perspective, as sex workers are one of the most vulnerable populations for contracting and spreading STIs. And illegality prioritizes abolition above protection of sex workers' health and health rights, which, because the sex trade remains normative today despite this law, and sex tourism still continues today, this should be prioritized as an issue of the health and health rights of the Korean and international communities. Susan B. Anthony said, quote, "Whoever controls work and wages controls morals," end quote. To explore sex work as a form of labor, we must move past a single-track analysis of men's sexual desires or deviant women's willingness to offer sex for money, and consider underlying institutional structures and social organizations, such as the dynamics of how the international political economy influences domestic sexual economy. If economic need or subordination leads women to enter or stay in the sex industry, we need a more in-depth look into class inequality, nationalism, globalization, and gender power relations to examine the structures of organized sex tourism. The slavery abolition movement in the West led to an emphasis on contract theory and self-ownership, and this boundary between slavery and free contract labor is drawn by consent, a temporal limit on labor, and reciprocal exchange of wages. However, this is complicated by the following. First, labor, body, energy, will, and time is arguably not alienable from the human being. And second, given unequal resources, the temporal limit is often ignored. And finally, if the wage received is not enough for basic survival and dignity, the exchange does not constitute real reciprocity.
current dichotomy in human rights debates is that sex work is either seen as work where only labor rights apply, or a situation of bondage where only human rights apply. Sex workers embody the exalted concept of freedom to sell labor and at the same time the continuing market of commoditized humans. Breaking these mutually exclusive categories, sex work is a powerful laboratory for the burgeoning labor rights as human rights movement. South Korea has a history of state-organized sex work. From the 14th century, in the Neo-Confucian feudal state, there were organized kizang, which were female entertainers who performed domestic and sex work and were often taken as concubines. Under Japanese colonial rule, and after World War II, poor Korean women were organized to serve as comfort women for the Japanese and American military, who were meant to stop rapes and STIs, but neither of these goals were achieved. In fact, lax screenings actually increased infections, and comfort women were treated as war supplies and abused at the height of colonial power relations. Korea's history of sex work shows long-standing state organization and support of sex workers to serve within gendered, colonial, and race power relations. Now, sex tourism is an intersection between a legally marginalized form of commoditization, sex work, national industry, tourism, and an international industry, leisure travel. The industrialization of an economic growth-oriented Korea resulted in an influx of more workers from rural areas into urban centers than there were jobs. And jobs available to women paid crushingly little wages, and many women entered into sex work for their subsistence. Eager to build its economy and accrue foreign exchange reserves, the current Korean state encouraged sex tourism as a matter of national policy in the 70s, allotting funds to national airlines, advertising, hotel accommodations, and infrastructure, even mandating lectures teaching both practical skills and nationalist ideology to sex workers. Quote, work for our country's future, unquote. The 1980s saw Korea's heavy industrialization and export growth result in rapid GNP growth and concurrent political liberalization. However, this left the working class still wretched, and sex work increasingly diversified into non-traditional venues such as barbershops, coffee shops, and street prostitution. Prices for sex work became cheaper and more widely available for non-elite Korean men, as more destitute women entered the industry for survival. In 2004, it was a key moment in that South Korea passed the Act on the Prevention of Sexual Traffic and Protection, etc., of victims thereof, or you could call it the Special Law on Sex Trade for short, which made sex work illegal. Police clamped down on traditional sex work venues, and the industry reoriented itself from direct prostitution through brothels into indirect prostitution through venues such as barbershops, massage parlors. And this took advantage of legal loopholes to keep sex work going. The budget for the health care of sex workers was cut, and it became more difficult for NGOs to provide services such as contraceptive distribution and STI testing. Through this law, brothel owners face up to 3 years in jail, or about $28,000 US. Sex workers up to 1 year, or $2,800. And clients mostly receive only fines, and their indictments are suspended after completion of an 8-hour educational program called John School. There are also no administrative measures, such as suspension of business for institutions harboring sex work. So with these consequences, most venues remain profitable and continue sex work on the side, as earnings remain higher than potential fines. So despite the special law, there is widespread noncompliance, and the sex trade still remains normative. Shin Park-jin-young, the president of the Human Rights Center at the Daegu Women's Association, commented, quote, even high-ranking government officials and social leaders who are required to lead the anti-prostitution efforts are frequently reported to have been involved in the illegal sex trade, unquote. The illegalization of sex work puts sex workers in further danger, as they are less likely to seek legal recourse in the face of physical abuse, unfair debt contracts, etc., as they may be questioned as a suspect if they go for help. So with prohibition, sex work became less organized. Yes, it did not disappear. which led to decreased STI screenings and increased rates of infections, as well as decreased access to health care, because few doctors were willing to treat sex workers as they would be participating in illegal activity, was the idea. A study by Min Soo Jung found that syphilis was more prevalent in non-establishment type workers than those in established type brothels. Syphilis is also found to be 5 times more prevalent in sex workers than non-sex workers, and gonorrhea over 20 times in that same comparison. In addition, social isolation and a sense of alienation were important predictive factors for STIs among sex workers. Sex workers in Korea, particularly, face a higher volume of customers than sex workers in other countries, and are more likely to be affected by the consequent psychological suffering, social stigma, and sexual exploitation. So this study highlights the need for social support and psychological health services for sex workers. Now, the special law has resulted in the disintegration of many brothels, red light districts, and which makes reaching sex workers for research and interventions more difficult. In 2010, 1/4 of sex workers surveyed reported consistent condom use, which is significantly lower than 2/3 4 years prior. And those who had regular screenings in the last year had a chlamydia prevalence of about 50% compared to 75% in those who did not have regular screenings. Alarmingly, higher reported self-confidence in condom negotiation was not correlated with lower prevalence rates, which shows a need for better preventative education. And although condom use has proved very effective in preventing STI transmission, we all know this, but club owners do not provide condoms as it could implicate them in illegal sex work. Now, there are some existing measures of STI testing and health support for sex workers in Korea. STI testing of registered business girls was made mandatory in 1971 and extended nationwide in 1977. However, this was not for the women's welfare, but rather for the benefit of the Korea-U.S. relationship by keeping American soldiers healthy. Sex workers' health was secondary to catering to military power, which is reminiscent of comfort women. Public health centers providing free STI examinations do not sufficiently protect the privacy of their clients. And the tremendous social stigma around sex work keeps many sex workers from utilizing this free and available resource for the lack of privacy protection. The special law did start support programs for sex workers exiting the industry, such as temporary shelters for protection and consulting services for housing and services for housing and employment. However, activists are calling for more specified programs and services for women with different needs, such as teenagers, those with children, and those who are handicapped. Protection of sex workers is a public health issue, one that should be as institutionalized and organized as sex work itself used to be in Korea's history. With higher prevalence and risk of STIs, lack of privacy in STI clinics, and lack of condom availability or enforcement of condom use, this is a public health issue. The continuation of sex tourism today translates this public health issue into an international one. To fight these epidemics, authorities must expand access to testing and treatment facilities and educate sex workers about safer sex and risk reduction. We must look at sex workers' health rights as their labor rights, which are human rights.
So next we'll have a harmony speaking.
Hi. So my paper is on women's rights to land and its impact on food security. So rural women play a vital role in agricultural and rural development in all regions in the world. Women produce more than half of the world's food production, bear the responsibility for food safety, and maintain the well-being of their households. In spite of their important contributions to rural development, women's access to land rights and property rights is constrained by access to property. I will argue that the politics of invisibility that constrain women's access to land tenure rights emanates from deeply ingrained structural social arrangement in patriarchal societies. I will also argue that closing the gender gap in the ownership of land is key to improve state-level food security, because studies have proven that women who have greater access to land and property rights spend a greater proportion of their income to promote the well-being of their households. Despite the fact that women produce the majority of the food in developing countries, few women have access to secure land rights. And women who do have any rights to land, these rights tend to be limited to specific uses and times, as to ensure that women have access to enough land to farm in order to meet their obligation as food providers for their households. I have the definitions of what does it mean to have secure land rights. So secure land rights is defined by the rights that are clearly defined, long-term, enforceable, appropriately transferable, and socially and legally legitimate. Land rights may arise from inheritance, possibly on an individual or joint basis, government transfers and purchases, and often include ownership as well as use of rights. Food security is built on 3 pillars: food availability, sufficient quantity of food available on a consistent basis; food access, which means having sufficient resources to obtain appropriate foods for a nutritious diet; and finally, food use, which is defined by the appropriate use based on knowledge of basic nutrition and care, as well as adequate water and sanitation. As affirmed in the Article 14 of CEDAW, the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, women's rights to own, manage, enjoy, and dispose of land is key to women's rights to financial independence and critical to improving state-level food security. Although women comprise 43% of the agricultural workforce in developing countries and nearly half of the agricultural labor force in parts of Africa and Asia, women are significantly less likely to own land than men, and the land they do own is usually smaller and poorer of quality than the lands owned by men. Women's impediment to land tenure security often comes from the existence of structural violence that is ingrained in those patriarchal societies. For example, women's access to land through the states or through the market is often limited. In countries where the state has allocated land to its citizens, the distribution of land has generally benefited only men heads of households. Land title programs, for instance, and registration programs may also fail to formalize women's rights. And because women have less access to capital than men, they are usually less able than men to purchase lands on the market. Aside from formal law governing lands, in many countries, customary laws have significance and sometimes prevailing implications for women's rights to land. Although diverse customary regimes are often determined by cultural and religious institutions that typically favor the rights of men over the rights of women, or deem that men to purchase land on the open market. For example, the concept of male as the head of households, which is at the heart of joint title, has not only been reflected in local perception and customs, but also in national accounting systems, government programs, birth and marriage certificates. This institutionalized gender dimension in land ownership seriously invisibilizes women and make women and their children vulnerable in the event that their male relatives dies. Since men are generally considered owner of the land, customs also allows men to sell the land without permission from their spouses, and also allow men to choose the crops to grow and control the income from the land. Under customary systems, land is usually transferred through inheritance, and it's almost men who inherit the land. Finally, This contrast reflected in women's insecure rights to land, limit women's potential as households, agricultural producer, and household caregiver. This has an impact not only on women, but also on food security and on the nutritional status of their children. A growing body of evidence from a variety of settings around the world illustrate the positive correlation between women's land rights and the decrease in food insecurity around the world. For instance, engendering women's rights to land result in an increase in agricultural productivity, and this production can enhance the household food security and nutrition through two avenues. The first avenue being through the increase of food production for consumption, while the second avenue is indirectly through increased income, permitting the purchase of more and better quality of food for women and their households. In both ways, secure rights to land can help moderate the impact of food price volatility on the market of poor and rural households. For instance, a study conducted in the Indian state of Andhra Pradesh, which provided beneficiaries with plots of land up to 1 acre, found that beneficiaries of this program experienced significantly higher levels of food security. 76% of the beneficiaries reported having 2 meals a day compared to only 50 to 57% for non-beneficiary households. There's also a link in women's role in improving food security. For instance, when states engender women's rights to land, women's status in their society is also enhanced, which enable them to have a greater bargaining and decision-making power at home over and in their community over the crops to produce. For instance, while men tend to favor crops that have a high commercial value on the market, women tend to favor crops that have a higher nutritional value for their children. A study in Central America, for instance, found that in some countries, women with rights to land are more likely to have control over household income and access to credit. In Nicaragua, for instance, women with either individual or joint title over land, over half of the crop income, women with access, joint title control, have access to over half of their crop income, while women who have no land rights only control 40% of that income. In Nepal, for instance, researchers found that women who own land are significantly more likely to have a final say in household decisions. In Nepal, once again, researchers have also demonstrated that the likelihood that a child is severely undernourished is reduced by half if the child's mother owns land. The Nepalese study suggested that the route to better child nutrition was through the greater income and resources provided by the women to own the land. As I argued in my paper, women are the invisible workforce and acknowledged by one of the family and contribute greatly to the food security of their households in developing countries. Consequently, I believe that it is necessary for states to close the gender gap in the ownership of land in order to reach food security. Former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton once says that women's full participation in society remains the unfinished business of the 21st century. So for that matter, I believe that women's participation in society starts at home. So that's why I believe that women's rights to land should be endangered in developing countries. Thank you.
So we're just going to take a quick 1-minute break.
child custody battles not unwed. There's a big difference. But this paper is only 12 minutes long. Alright, so the topic of child custody often comes up when discussing how feminism affects men. Feminists, for the most part, agree that while men do have disadvantages in society, they are overwhelmingly advantaged. Anti-feminists argue the fact that in recent years women have gained all the legal rights that men have. And legally women and men are equal, quote unquote. Or even more so, that women have overtaken the advantages that men had, but are now the gender on top. When listing off disadvantages to being a man, several items always come up, including the idea that women are afforded child custody and divorce custody battles more often than men. I was curious if this claim that seems so staunchly embedded in this male disadvantage topic list was as firm as it seemed. In this work, I will explore what the assumptions are about child custody in regards to the rights of the fathers, as well as the actual statistics and findings on the subject. I will explore American, Australian, and New Zealander texts, all of which are Western English-speaking countries. I'll present now a brief child custody history in the Western English-speaking countries. Historically, in these countries, fathers had the absolute rule over child jurisdiction during the turn of the 19th century. When the courts began to emphasize welfare of children over anything else, this began to change. Before this, fathers were just given the children no matter what happened to divorce, but now this has changed. Eventually, this led to the presumption before the 1980s that mothers always got the children after divorces because they were the primary caretaker, and as natural mothers, this was good for the child. In the 1980s, this began to change to a gender-neutral rule applied to the courts. It is during this time that the MRA men's rights activist groups began to contest the gender-neutral law preferring women, saying it preferred women, claiming that the tender years doctrine saying that children that are younger should just be given to the mother is still there. These men think that this idea is permeated despite the change in the actual law. Now for the background on another part of this issue, an important part, men's rights activists. These groups that I mentioned right now, that are notably in the US, Australia, and New Zealand, consist of members typically in their 40s and 50s, often divorced or separated, and almost always heterosexual. Their masculinist discourses often come from feeling they have been stripped, quote unquote, from their manhood, which could be analyzed as not having as much control over their wife and children as they previously did during these years that I mentioned when they were automatically assumed to be caretaker and divorce. These masculinist discourses in the manifestos that I write on their websites often promote a loss of control they feel, and they feel that this is linked to their masculinity. Because men have usually had more control in the legal system and are more easily able to evoke change, men's rights activist groups have been quite effective in changing policy in the areas of family law. For example, in Australia, changes have been made to Australian family law that shifted the distribution of family tax benefits for shared care, which gives advantage to non-resident parents, usually fathers, to the detriment of the resident parent, usually mothers. Other laws that were supported and pushed for by MRA groups in Australia also made it easier for ex-spouses to exert more control over the resident parents. So what is this myth surrounding child custody? And who gets children more often in custody cases? There's a glaring flaw in the argument made by these MRA people, these groups, when it comes to arguing that men are discriminated against in the courtroom in regards to child custody. While it is true that in a 2003 study, 67% of the mothers had sole physical custody over their children, and only 20% of these arrangements were joint custody, one must examine how these stats came into play. What MRAs fail to notice or acknowledge is that 46% of the cases are decided upon outside of the court. The father, in most of these cases, willingly gives up sole custody of the child to the mother. There are even more cases in addition to that number where court-issued divorce hearings were simply rubber stamped by the judge after the parent decided for themselves what should be done with the children. When it does come to contested child custody disputes, fathers often give what they want when they do choose to dispute for their child. Even after the proceedings have ended, parents still have the opportunity to file for a dispute for custody, and in the case of if the father has remarried, he may more easily gain custody as he's seen as more stable, quote unquote, than before. So what are the actual statistics behind these child custody battles? This is
custody battles themselves makes for interesting numbers. 31% of plaintiffs in child custody cases are fathers, which shows that it is less common than not for fathers to fight for the right of custody of their children. When fathers do go to the courts to have custody of their children, 38 to 70% of the time they're successful. And this is the number I got looking at many different cases in many different countries, like I mentioned, New Zealand, Australia, and the US. Even when the mother is proven to be the primary caretaker of the child, that number is still the same. It is also important to note for the motivations of fathers applying for child custody, whether it be legal or physical, joint or sole. It has been noted in several academic works that fathers will sometimes go through the legal process of custody battle simply to harass the mother and put her in a position where she must give up control of the child, as she cannot either afford the money to continue the battles, or she cannot afford the time to continue these battles. While this is not always the case, it has been repeatedly proven that abusive relationships actually get worse after divorce or separation, and child custody is often a tool used to control the women within the limits of the law. When fathers fight for custody, it's often legal custody, not physical, which has been noted as a mostly symbolic status in several of the studies I read. Legal custody has very little effect on the well-being of the children involved, and not nearly as much as physical custody. In an exemplary case of coercive control, negative motivations for child custody, legal in this case, and the detriment of a gender-neutral system on women, we see how a mother is controlled by the father of her child, who does not contribute physical custody at all. In this example, I use a New Zealand case. In a case in New Zealand, Becky, who had gotten pregnant from a casual dating experience with a man named Shane, tried to move back to her native land of Canada after the birth in order to live with her family and get help from them financially. She had very little means of support in New Zealand and would have fared much better in Canada. However, Shane, who was undependable when it came to child care and did not express want for physical custody, immediately went to the courts to have legal custody over Cooper, the child, and thus control Becky as well. Shane enacted a non-removal order on his son, so Cooper could not be removed from the vicinity of him, thus also limiting Becky's movements as she had physical custody. Shane was proven to be an unfit parent due to drug use, neglectful behavior, and a history of violence, thus leaving Becky no other choice than to stay near Cooper, who had to stay near Shane. This case adequately describes several aspects of a gender-neutral courtroom, where a non-resident parent is given control over the child, and thus the resident parent is having trouble finding support in a system she just simply cannot survive in. Being away from her support system in Canada was detrimental to Becky's well-being, something Shane likely understood what he was doing when he enacted a non-removal order on his son, given studies of motivations of men in child custody applications. Now I have some theory on why gender-neutral courtrooms are hurtful to women. Now that all the statistics, stories, and studies are out on the table, it's clear that the simple claim that women are taking over the courtroom in child custody cases is a myth. In order to see how this gender-neutral law is detrimental in theory-based work, we'll start with Joan Scott, who discusses difference feminism. The gender-neutral courtroom assumes several things. For one, it assumes from the start that both parties are equal. That is, have similar income levels, similar education levels, similar shared responsibility of taking care of the child before the divorce. This is simply not the case, as has been proven time and time again that women are the primary caretakers of children, and that there are still wage gap differences. Imagine for a time that we have two contestants walking to the same division wrestling match, but one is already injured. That's the way that it should be described or describe a difference with it. Therefore, continues Scott, we must not be indifferent for the trials that mothers go through as both women and mothers. It becomes even more frustrating when MRA groups argue for more rights for non-resident parents, often fathers, which in theory sound like reasonable arguments, but end up having more control over the resident parents who already have enough responsibility as it is caring single-handedly for the child as they have the only visible custody of the child. This is clearly shown in the Becky case, where the non-resident parent caused more trouble than aided the child and the mother just to spite her. Catherine McKinnon also has strong thoughts on the concept of equality. While in her work Reflections of Sex Equality Under the Law, she mirrors much of what Joan Scott elaborated in her piece that I just discussed. She explores in depth the concept of be like us and we will treat you the same as we treat each other, unquote. Catherine McKinnon also goes in the idea of what equal without comparison means. the law was made by men. It was made in standard of men, and not to half the population, which will be women. McKinnon puts this succinctly as, quote, women were deemed to be participants in the social contract, while most women in life were not allowed to sign a contract, unquote. This directly ties in with the Australian laws regarding non-resident parents ending up favoring men despite the struggles single mothers go through given their status. Given that women are more abused in general, and even more so after separation and divorce, the fear of worse abuse if the father does not get what he wants in the battle could also play a part. However, these factors rarely come into negotiations of child custody in the courtroom. In conclusion, tying together all these statistics and theories that have been discussed, it is clear that the courtroom is still uneven in how child custody is decided in divorce proceedings. Women loaded with disadvantages already are now being accused of overtaking the courtroom with quote-unquote feminist ideals. MRA groups changing the law so that more control is given to the non-custodial parent leaves women more vulnerable to that abuse that more likely comes after separation than before. The pervasive myth of the female-dominated child custody battle does not help feminism to level the playing field between men and women. And only with education about the truth of the situation, as well as difference feminism advocated by Joan Scott and Catherine McKinnon, can the situation be rectified. Analysis of income levels of both parents, noting who is the primary caretaker of the child, risk of history of abuse, and motivations of the plaintiff must all be analyzed in order to have a gender neutral or even courtroom. Thank you.
Okay, and lastly, we'll be hearing from Columbia.
Thank you for the introduction, Sandra. And hi, everyone. Again, my name is Columbia May. I'm a senior in the SFS, studying international politics with concentration on security studies and women's and gender studies. So hopefully my presentation today will be interesting enough to keep you fully awake and intrigued at the very end of our student presentations. What I'm going to talk about today is the topic of women in conflict. More specifically, biopolitics of women in India's Maoist conflict. First of all, I'm going to give you a little bit of the context of my paper, the location of my paper, as well as the location of myself, and answer the following questions. Why India? Why India's Maoist movement? Why women in conflict? And why would I be interested in women in conflict? So, first off, the reason why I chose India as my country in the first place is because that I was so intrigued by the complexity of gender dynamics in India, in the past, right now, and in the future. And I firmly believe that as India rose into power in international arena, the complexity of gender dynamics in India will be increasingly so. And that's exactly the reason why I chose the case study of India's Maoist movement in the first place. The India's Maoist movement is rooted in 1960s and was reorganized in 2004, so it is a pretty recent movement. The Maoist movement is composed mostly of rural residents in India, and they are up against the Indian national government, and national government supported under counterinsurgency militia. The movement was singled out by Indian Prime Minister as the gravest internal security threat. Therefore, to some extent, we can argue that the emergence, or shall we say re-emergence, of the India's Maoist movement is the response to India's recent development, and which makes it a perfect case study in my purpose. So why women in conflict? As a follower of feminist IR theory, I firmly believe that there's a lack of gender perspective in the current study of international relations and security studies, and that's my reason why women in conflicts. In addition to that, I am personally very intrigued by the Foucauldian concept of biopolitics. Biopolitics basically is the practice of political entities to regulate their subjects through the subjugations of body. During conflicts, the conflicts actually provide us with a great opportunity to study biopolitics, because general networks of power productions are disrupted to produce new competing networks during periods of social vitality. In conflict-torn societies, a female body, I argue, can become a vessel, an object to mark the power productions and flows of politics.
I understand that today is not a seminar on Michel Foucault either. Today is not a seminar on biopolitics either. So right now I'm going to moving forward and analyze two specific images of women in Maoist conflicts. Those two images are, on one hand, we have the more established image of women as victims of sexual and gender-based violence. On the other hand, we have the image of women as aggressors, as participants in India's Maoist movement. Well, by no means I am denying the multiplicity of women's images in Maoist movement. The reason why I mainly talk about those two images is that I believe those two images are the most established. Therefore, I think they deserve further analysis, and more importantly, we should problematize those two images. First of all, I want to talk about women as victims of sexual and gender-based violence in India's Maoist movement. During my research, I found that counterinsurgency forces and Indian government forces actually practice gender-based violence as a way of intimidation and punishment. Those practices were in turn strategically utilized by the Maoists as a key motivation and therefore recruitment strategy during the local insurgencies. Because my research is mostly, the methodology of my paper is mostly reading primary sources, so here comes a rather horrifying story of Indian women. It's a story about a woman, a perfectly normal woman, a rural resident in India. This woman said that she had been pulled up from the backseat of her brother's bicycle and gang raped by the counterinsurgency militia on the road, and at the same time, her brother had been shot. After being captured, she was taken to the local camp and raped over and over again during the next 10 days. Not only was she sexually exploited by counterinsurgency militia, she was also charged and put in jail as a way of resettlement and relocations. This is not only a story about one woman. This is a shared story for hundreds and even thousands of women who live in rural India, being sexually exploited by counterinsurgency forces and government forces. Some of them joined Maoist insurgencies later. Some of them encouraged their brothers, their fathers, their fellow countrymen to join the insurgency. If we position the story in the biopolitical context, women's body and sexuality, especially the purity of their body, are symbolic of and central to a community's sense of honor and cultural identity. Female body is also regarded as a platform for the expression and transmission of a community's collective masculinity. When a female body is violated, the sexual violence incites community members to revenge and rebel against the outside violators, and in my case, government forces and counterinsurgency militia. This momentum has been well utilized by the Maoist local leadership in this recruiting process. However, at the same time, we have to problematize this image of women as a victim of sexual and gender-based violence. It is very important to notice the potentially problematic nature of such strategy. Sexualized women have become a useful category to be exploited for the political and economic objectives associated with Maoist recruitment. The image of women as sexual victims has been integrated into the official Maoist propaganda out of practical needs, which eventually causes a problem of objectifying women and taking their agency away from them. Let's pause a moment and then move on to the second image of women as aggressors and as participants in the Maoist movement. Such image actually surprises a lot of people because the image of women as aggressor and as participant in Maoist movement confuses the binary perception of masculinity versus femininity. Those women, those participants of Maoist violence, they embody traditional notion of militant masculinity, which is often defined as tough, assertive, and heroic. And such image is in fundamental opposition to the image of traditional notion of femininity. However, in reality, In Maoist movement, women's engagement in Maoist violence is clearly not just a footnote to men's order. However, here comes the twist. What's so special about Maoist movement is that many women in rural areas actually identify with issues Maoist raised in terms of gender discrimination, class inequality, and untouchability. Those women are hoping for liberation from traditional patriarchal domination and societal oppression through participating in the often violent Maoist insurgency forces. Such is the case of KANS, CAMS, a Maoist women's organization with over 90,000 women as enrolled members. This organization is of course banned by the Indian national government because of its status as a frontal organization for the Maoist movement. The women of CAMS have become a formidable force and rally in their hundreds and sometimes thousands to physically confront the police forces. CAMS also reportedly address women's issues at the local level and campaigns against tribal traditions such as forced marriage. However, again, we have to problematize the image of women as somehow romantic revolutionary forces in Maoist movement, because there's always a risk of over-optimism and romanticism associated with the revolutionary militancy. The question of such ideology of military empowerment through participating in violent Maoist attacks can translate into liberation and transformation of the subaltern women and men alike is still critically relevant. At an organization level, the Communist Party of India's Central Committee and Politburo still have no women yet. At a more symbolic level, the agency of a militant woman really depends on her location of class, socioeconomic situation, and other outside forces. We would fall into another essentialist trap if the complexity of militant women's position is underestimated. In general, my presentation explores two images of women in India's ongoing Maoist conflict. On one hand, we have women as victims of sexual and gender-based violence. On the other hand, we have women as aggressors and participants of Maoist movement. For the image of women as victims, female body is conceptualized as a vessel of power productions. The violation of female body was utilized by the Maoist movement as an approach to incite community members to revenge and rebel through joining Maoist insurgency. On the other hand, for the aggressor image, Maoist movement actively produces an image of militant women. For both images, we have to keep the question in mind. The question of whether such ideology of militant empowerment through joining an actual violent movement will translate into liberation and transformation of the women remains unsolved. Thank you so much for your attention.
Okay, I just want to thank you all for your very thought-provoking pieces and give you another round of applause. So now I guess we're going to invite you all to sit up here and we're going to do a Q&A session. So does anyone have a question they'd like to pose to the group or a specific paper?
After the picture.
It's okay. Give me an action shot.
What action do you want?
The action in front of you. Anyone? I guess I'll start us off. I guess what I am wondering is how you all see presenting on topics like this at a distinguished university such as Georgetown, an important step in opening up the dialogue about what you guys address in your papers and how that's a really important step in ultimately alleviating these issues.
As I mentioned
mentioned in my presentation, my concentrations are international security, which is what Georgetown is famous for, and women's and gender studies. By addressing the issue of women in conflict, positioning women's position in international security, I think I can sort of raise awareness of a lacking of gender perspective in the study of international relations and security studies, which is critically important in the Georgetown setting.
I'd say that this conference has definitely given me a chance to look back at all my papers and submit and try to get this opportunity. And in doing that, I found that my intersection of interests in public health and gender studies can take a form of policy and action and possibilities in terms of looking at my future. So I'm glad this annual conference is starting.
In my case, I'm interested in women's rights in general and as well as in international development. So I guess focusing on women's rights to land and the impact on food security enabled me to deepen my interest in both and also raise awareness on, I guess, the contribution that women can make in navigating food, I guess, insecurity around the world. So.
I think this conference is useful for me because I can tell my friends and family, like, look, I'm doing this. And they're like, oh, we actually do things in your gender studies program. Because sometimes they don't even know what we do. It's like this mysterious thing. And so, like, I'm discussing child custody cases and it's gendered. And I mentioned some other people I knew that were doing their topics. And it helped to see, like, what we're actually doing and get the research out there instead of just staying inside your computer and in the professor's desk.
Something that kind of like almost startled me a little bit. One of the numbers that Nina gave, unless I misheard it, you suggested, like you stated that after the sex work was banned, the use of condoms have dramatically dropped. Is that what you were saying?
No, I mentioned that because of the illegalization, the lack of organization and institutionalization, condom enforcement has decreased.
Right. The condom enforcement has actually decreased because that could be and then the employers who are reluctant to provide condoms because that would be admitting that they were involved in, right?
Yes.
Involved in sex work.
Can I ask a question? Yeah. I have a question for you. So you said that it's not supported by the state anymore, right? That it's not a state-regulated business. How are these programs, these post-sex worker programs, how do they work then? Do you say, hi, I was a sex worker, I'm not now, it's seen as like a turn yourself in sort of thing? Or how do they successfully get this health care if they can't admit that they were a sex worker?
Right, these programs that the special law set up are for sex workers leaving the industry. So it's supposed to facilitate the abolishment of sex work in general. And in doing so, these institutions provide assistance in housing, employment, and such, but they don't address the health problems of people still practicing sex work, which obviously still happens.
And they're not punished at all when they come saying, I did this. It's sort of just like, okay, well now it's like kind of like redeem sort of thing. It's like, well now we can help you out. You aren't punished for their previous work, are they? Or is it addressed though?
I don't believe they are punished for their sex work when they come to say, help me leave this.
Okay.
Yeah. Any other questions?
I have a question for Melissa. In your research on child custody, did you come across any research about male experiences in child custody cases that didn't come from a sort of charged MRA perspective?
I did, and it was just similarly stories that they didn't think I was a fit parent due to my income, they didn't think I was a fit parent due to, because it was a gender neutral courtroom, so it was, I didn't have as much income as my wife or as much education as my wife, former wife, and yes, I saw that a lot, but often when I read these stories, they seemed one-sided, just as some of the female stories I read. they left out abuse. They said it was only one time that I abused her. I'm like, so it was hard to read unless you have both sides of the story. But I did come across that. But the only people making the changes, these MRA groups, were actually making law changes.
Right. The reason I ask is because I've come across some research from a best interest of the child's perspective that's talked about fathers feeling alienated because they weren't the primary caretaker during the marriage because they have to take on the role of breadwinner, and thus because they feel alienated and because there's this presumption of maternal, that the mother will get it, they don't even try. So I know that you mentioned a statistic that said, you know, so many of these fathers don't even try. And when they do, they're relatively successful, so why aren't they trying? And so the interesting perspective is that they don't feel like they're going to get anything. So they just say, okay, never mind. So it's just an interesting, I'll let you know afterwards, the article letter, if you're interested.
Yeah, I've run across that a lot, and it's frustrating because then we get back to the mother of the natural, which was in my extended paper. I just wrote this, and it's also hard for little women. So it's like nobody's benefiting from this woman as a natural thing.
Yeah. Another question. Cynthia, the Maoist insurgencies, could you tell us a little bit about how Maoist insurgencies, right, especially Maoist insurgencies in India, are defined by people who are participating in it? For example, Maoism in China, are there any differences between how they are defined? I mean, does it just mean that they are mostly those who are participating are peasants? Is that why it's called Maoist insurgencies? Or any of the Maoist ideas are actually actively embraced and articulated as their political agendas?
Yes, I think the reason why they're called Maoist insurgencies in the first place is that they inherit part of the Maoist ideology from China, including gender equality, equality for especially untouchable people in India, and just in many aspects. And what's so special about the India's case is that the Maoist movement in India has become increasingly tribalized, which means that in China the situation wouldn't be like China doesn't have so many tribes, but for India's situation they have so many tribes, which makes guerrilla forces a more important part in the Maoist movement in India. And because the reason why I cannot give you a very definite answer is that it's still pretty much ongoing. It was reorganized in 2004, and the methodology of my paper was through reading primary sources, and there was very limited primary sources right now, like books published I can read. I was going through a lot of documents within India and abroad about the Maoist movement, but still, like, they're producing a large amount of literature right now, but we still do not have access to them.
The ideology of gender equality as one of Mao's main agendas is being embraced by most
people. So in Maoist, either the original or the Indian one, both of them emphasize the concept of gender neutrality, which you can see during the Maoist, the Cultural Revolution actually really promotes gender neutrality. I'm not saying it's a very good thing, but they did emphasize gender neutrality.
One more question. How many, the idea that actually, right, women's land rights, if women can own land, that actually is a significant, that makes a significant difference in food security. That actually is one of the, right, wonderful insights that almost like humankind came up with in the last 10 to 15 years. It's a combination of a lot of anthropologists who actually went out and took a look at, right, who owns land, and when the legal system changes, what happens to what actually, the caloric, for example, caloric is consumptions that people have, right, in terms of food security. Bringing them together was a really wonderful collaboration among anthropologists and policymakers, and of course a lot of just activists on the ground. How much do you think, how well those insights incorporated into, for example, right, some international organizations making policies and going out and actually changing the way they do things when they actually are going into those countries who are having those problems with the food security in sub-Saharan Africa, for example. Can you tell us a little bit about how UN is incorporating this insight into their agendas, etc.?
I'm not really sure about the UN, but the World Bank is adopting a more gender perspective on, rights to land and food security. So the World Bank is implementing several projects, not only in Sub-Saharan Africa, but also in Asia and Latin America, where basically they would allocate, plots of land to women, and basically also provide them with crops and technology to help them produce, nutritional crops that would be helpful for them and their households. Like I said, I'm not really sure about the UN, but the World Bank is definitely doing that. Which I think is interesting because the World Bank has had a history, at least in Sub-Saharan Africa, of basically implementing projects that were not helping the community, but on the other hand, creating more tension. Like for instance, in the Ugandan village, the World Bank had, a land allocation program, and basically instead of, allocating land to women, or instead of making sure that the land that they were allocating didn't belong to anyone, they just basically allocated plots of land that belong to people, and then people have to be dislocated, which created other problems. So.
There aren't any more questions. We can, wrap up. Sandra, do you have some final words?
Thank you again for presenting, and thank you all for being here.
So we are going to adjourn for 20 minutes now. We have 20 minutes to gather ourselves, maybe have a little bit more refreshments, and we'll all get back together at 2:30 for our keynote session, right? Okay, great, thank you. They just are, they come down. You got to make it come down.
Oh, perfect. Okay.
Thank you so much. Oh, yes. Is this
a sign-in sheet there.
It's not taking away from our activity. We can't just inherit it. So, some of your contributions people can help plan because they're so hard. But this book is kind of old now. Well, she's very much endorsed by
Yeah.
comes out of that sense of
Yes.
That's also, I think, becoming out something that we value.
Thank you so much.
Was it fun? Were you nervous? Well, you know, none of us, none of us. I would have voted for that. That was great. Because I think actually better attended. I think other people went to lunch. Next year, I think I'm better and keep people at lunchtime. And then we only have 2 minutes. Yes, I guess. Just hanging there for 7 hours non-stop. I thought I could grab a meal and grab a bite. That was so happy. French was so proud.
I know. Oh my gosh. She's brand new. Yeah, I have to find like, even though they're your friends, yeah, No, you will, so after it's coming back. So you add back home bread, you add back eggs, add back beer. Suffer.
I just started teaching for us this year.
I just do art, so I focus on the natural history. It's really great.
It's like a Playmobil visual.
It does.
Yes.
We really desperately needed some pictures and
Whenever they have like.
All 20 years, my son. Mom, I'm going home to get bacon.
Yeah, well, the person teaching this term is such a creative Georgetown. Yeah, and then that's how odds sometimes.
That looks like ICC.
It was like,
Yeah, one of the ICC built 450 or something.
Just about to die.
Yes.
Already have
Have you ever cooked spaghetti squash?
Yeah.
I don't think I'm supposed to have squash, but
My postgraduate and
that's one of the winter squash is on.
Yeah, it's really
possible Victorian work.
Yes, thank you.
My love should No, I just had what I did. It was so sad.
Good for you.
I don't even put cheese yet. No cheese. So I just got cheese on the sides. So I made it kind of right. How you like it? Yes. He's great with Sandler and Sons. You know, one of those cooking shows. On Saturday while we do this kitchen. It's like working for yourself. I don't know But yeah, so I just made it with just garlic. What is the base order? And then so you don't have to put oil on it? Or do you want to take a bit for extinction? Will they stick together? Might break up a little bit. It's the lowest sweet level. It's like this is supposed to whatever else process is bad. I do make the sauce because I have some.
I was like asking for things to send me the recipes and some of these stuff. I think it's like it wasn't like an absolute like one cycle, like it has some. That's why I show like okay.
It all works
Welcome everybody. I'm Yumi Park, Director of Women and Gender Studies program here at Georgetown. This is our inaugural undergraduate conference on feminism. That I think we are always doing wonderful things, students and teachers in our program, but we are always so busy, teaching classes, taking classes, and giving and receiving grades, writing papers. It's very difficult. It's actually rare for us to, at least collectively together, pause and think about what we really mean by feminisms, and what we are really trying to achieve, right, by studying feminism and pursuing a career in feminist scholarship. So I think it is wonderful to finally have a chance for all of us to get together and first hear amazing undergraduate scholarship. The first 3 sessions that we had in the morning, they were just incredible and spectacular. So I thank the presenters, undergraduate presenters. They were just amazing. Just maybe a little bit of applause. Again, thank the moderators. Moderators did an amazing job running the session on time and moderating discussions. They were incredible. So I thank all of them. This occasion was possible with the very generous donation actually from one of our own teachers, Professor Diane Apostolos Kapadon. I always stumble upon her last name. With the donation, we'll be able to do this every year. We'll have undergraduate conference to showcase some of the best scholarship that was produced in our program that year, followed by an incredible, amazing keynote speakers and respondents. So this will be a yearly occasion. I'm very, very happy and excited about it. And I'd like to thank Professor Michelle Onana for helping me at every step of the way. It wouldn't have been possible without Michelle. And of course, Leslie. Our program, we will not be having any fun whatsoever. Certainly no food. No food. Absolutely no food. introducing our speakers. So we'll have two students who actually have read and even presented on Dr. Rajeshwari Sundararajan's piece as scholarship. They're going to come up here and introduce Dr. Sundararajan and her work. Where is
We are excited and honored to introduce the keynote speaker today, a thinker whose work has changed the landscape of feminism and post-colonial studies, Dr. Rajeshwari Sundararajan. Dr. Sundararajan taught for several years in India before becoming a professorial fellow at Wolfson College and reader in the English faculty at Oxford University. Her many publications, including Real and Imagined Women and Scandal of the State, have enriched the discourse of post-colonial feminist studies. Dr. Sundararajan is one of the 3 founders and a former joint editor of Interventions, an international journal of post-colonial studies, and she recently co-edited The Crisis of Secularism in India. Her current project is a book entitled After Rushdie, the new Indian novel in English.
We read Dr. Sundararajan's co-authored essay, Shabano, in Professor Park's class, Labor, Sexuality, and Globalization. In Shabano, Dr. Sundararajan draws our attention to the story of a divorced Muslim woman in India who was forced to choose between conflicting subaltern identities. She asks, where in all these discursive displacements is Shabano the woman? Unfortunately, the dichotomy between women's various identities is a theme that also permeates many other regions around the world, but this issue rarely makes headlines. We are grateful for scholars like Dr. Sundararajan for bringing such women's issues to light, and we thank her for her continued contributions and leadership in the field of feminist studies. We are very grateful that she has joined us here today. Please welcome Dr. Sundararajan.
Thank you very much. It's such a pleasure to be back here at Georgetown, and Professor Park has invited me a couple of times before, and each time that I have visited, I have gone away so delighted and having learned so much. Never have I seen a group of young people who showed such exemplary interest in the subject they were studying, and I am sure a lot of it has to do with the great teachers that they have had. But at the same time, to be able to take in so much, to be, go out into the world possessed of the kind of acute scholarship and political sensibility, I think this is very, very gratifying for anyone who has been in the teaching profession. Thank you particularly for inviting me today to be the speaker at this conference. Again, I only had the privilege of listening to the last few papers, but I was totally amazed by this quality in the scholarship and the insights that came out in the papers. It would have done credit to any professional conference on this subject. So I really, really enjoyed listening to the papers this afternoon. And I do think, and this is not false modesty, that you're all a tough act to follow. Right. This paper called Feminism's Futures, and it was written originally for a very specific occasion, which is the first memorial lecture for a very great feminist in the Indian subcontinent, Ruqaiya Shekhawat Hussain. And one of the books that she wrote, which has endured to our times, this is written over 100 years ago, but this little text, this little fiction called Sultana's Dream, is one that students, even in American universities, have had access to because it's been anthologized and taught in many contexts. So that will provide the main text of my paper. And this is the book itself. It's been
turned into a book. It's actually a 10-page story with a very long introduction and afterward. And in the course of writing about Sultana's dream, I discovered or rediscovered a seminal feminist text from 1970, Shulamit Firestone's The Dialectic of Sex. And this is how it looks in its library box. It looks old, doesn't it? But Firestone died only 2 years ago and virtually forgotten. It's a very, very sad cautionary tale about feminism. And it's only after her death that there has been a resurgence of interest in her pioneering feminist work. Alright, I'm beginning with a little introduction about Rokhaya for those who are not familiar with her work and time, and then about Sultana's dream, and then the paper moves outward into examining the question of feminism's Begum Rokhaya Shekhawat Hussain, the author of Sultana's Dream, is one of our feminist mothers and a writer for our times as much as her own. Her short life was filled with remarkable achievements as a writer, journalist, educationist, and pioneering reformer of Bengali Muslim society in the early 20th century. Begum Rokhaya was born in 1880 and died in 1932. Born into a wealthy upper-class zamindari or landlord family in Rangpur district in present-day Bangladesh, to an orthodox mother and a strict traditional father who did not encourage women's education. Rokhaya and her sister nevertheless managed to learn Bangla and English with the help and encouragement of their brothers. She was married off at 16 to a widower many years older than her, Syed Shekhawat Hussain. Shekhawat Hussain was a highly educated man and a civil servant in the colonial government. Roshan Jahan describes him as a man of liberal attitude who urged his wife to go out into society, provided her with books, encouraged her writing, and supported the cause of women's education. Their married life was a short one, however. Shekhawat died in 1909 after a long and painful illness. He left Rokhaya a sizable fortune with which to start a girls' school, which he did, first in Bhagalpur and then in Calcutta, encountering along the way a great deal of opposition and criticism from her community, and even from the parents of her students. Starting with only 8 students, the Shekhawat Memorial Girls' School in Calcutta grew to be a thriving institution. It continues to serve the cause of the education of girls to this day, more than 100 years later, a fitting memorial, as Roshan Jahan writes, to a wonderful husband as well as Rokhaya herself. You can actually look up the website of the Shekhawat Memorial School, and it's just celebrated its centenary, and it is literally thousands of alumni, students who got the benefit of an education because of that. And that's another inspiring thing to think about, how enduring the work of feminists can be. In 1916, Rokhaya founded a Muslim Women's Association, going among poor Muslim women and offering them financial assistance, literacy classes, and shelters. She began writing for various publications as early as 1903, and she continued to write essays, stories, tracts, and fiction to the end of her life. In her writing, as in her other public work, Rokhaya addressed the problem of women, especially Muslim women, narrow domestic lives and seclusion, campaigning for greater participation in public life, chiefly through education. She addressed women readers directly in her writings, using reason and persuasion to convince them of the harm of confinement, endowing them with the agency of their own emancipation. The Bangla Academy has collected her scattered writings and published them as a Rokhaya Ratnavali, kind of complete writings of Rokhaya, in 1973, which is a sign of her iconic status as intellectual reformer, educationist, and philanthropist confess that I know only a portion of Rokea's prolific writings in Bangla through the few available translations. In this lecture, however, I will be focusing on Sultana's Dream, a text written originally and usually in English, and now firmly established in the feminist literary canon. It's a short fable, only a little over 10 pages long, which Rokai wrote in 1905. Roshan Jahan relates Rokai's own account of how she came to write the story during an idle interlude when she was alone at home. Her writing was partly to demonstrate her proficiency in English to her non-Bengali husband, Jahan surmises. He was, as she says, her immediate and appreciative audience. Rukaya had already been publishing strongly worded articles in different Bengali journals protesting women's lack of opportunities. So there is a thematic continuity in her work, although this was the only work she wrote in English, and in this particular genre of science fiction fantasy. The story was first published in what was called the Indian Ladies magazine, a periodical, and later published in 1908 in book form by a Calcutta publisher. As the title indicates, it narrates a fantasy dreamt by a young woman called Sultana. In her dream, Sultana visits an unusual land that she calls Ladyland, governed and run solely by women, while the men are confined to the zenana. In this country, Sultana encounters perfect order, natural beauty, and harmony everywhere, all achieved through technological advances and the scientific knowledge that the women have acquired. A feminist tract in the generic form of a science fiction utopia raises for us a number of reflections about what are called feminism's futures. Today I want to engage the question of feminism's ends anew. The ends of feminism in terms of the futures that feminism has envisaged, and the end of feminism as an aspect of its futurity are connected. When and how will the longest revolution, as Juliet Mitchell called it, end? What would it have achieved at its conclusion? Feminism is paradoxically situated today. And of course, this paradox emerged very clearly from the presentations I heard today, so many of which focus on contexts in other parts of the world than the advanced industrial West. In some parts of the world, its end has been announced, purportedly because its goals have already been reached and it has nowhere else to go. One feminist optimistically suggests that, I quote, gender mainstreaming has led to the mainstreaming of issues concerning women, but the marginalization of feminism. This is Sylvia Wolby. Precisely the success, its own success has been cost its coming to an end. Another recent controversial book has announced the sensational End of Men and Rise of Women. It's the title of the book by Hannah Rosen. Attributing men's economic impotence to the current crisis of capitalism and their sexual marginalization to changes in reproductive technology, and women's rise to the same causes. And there are other accounts that explain a post-feminist era in terms of a reclamation of family and family values by a dominant moral right. So all this in the advanced industrial West. In other parts of the world, however, it seems as if feminism has never been heard of. So unchecked and rampant is misogynistic violence against women. And I needn't tell you what a crisis this has produced for the women's movement in these parts of the world, which has been tirelessly and actively working for decades towards precisely opposing these forms of violence against women, only to be confronted by its resurgence. The world followed the fates, and for example, in the Indian subcontinent, 2 incidents of unspeakably brutal violence committed against women in 2 years ago. Though neither is unique, have awakened the conscience of society in an unprecedented way. The world followed the fates of the victims for weeks with pity and terror. The survival of one woman and the death of the other have been deeply cathartic, and they've been attended by lessons, both moral and political, which we're still trying to absorb. You've probably heard of these very well-known, well-publicized cases. Malala Yousafzai was shot by the Taliban in the Swat district of Afghanistan, October 2012, and flown to England, where she has been recovering. The second is the gang rape and the killing of a young woman in a bus in New Delhi, in India, in December 2012, coming one after the other in quick succession. In light of the widespread realization that has come in their wake that women have been and continue to be subjected to violence by women on the grounds of their gender, the demand of feminists, and no longer feminists alone, that such violence cease, has come to seem a matter of the simplest humanitarianism, even of a basic humanity. All that women ask, it seems, is that they not be hurt. It is the modesty, not to say abjection of this demand, that should lead us to ask, what do we as feminists want for women? What do feminists want? What visions of an ideal society have we conceptualized or dreamt of? What are the possibilities and limits of iterations of a feminist futurity? Even as we ask, however, we are brought up short by a more fundamental question. Is such a teleological conception of any theory or social movement, wherever we define feminism, valid? So should we set those goals ahead of us and move in a sort of blinkered and straightforward way towards it? Can we expect feminism to function as a singular blueprint of an ideal political order or society to come? Feminism has been identified in terms of historical phases: first wave, second wave, third wave. It has also been interpreted differently by different constituencies, each marked by a distinctive set of imperatives. Therefore, feminism's future and feminist futures, it might be argued, are contingent on changing historical agendas and on different groups of non-unitary constituencies conceptualized under the rubric of women. In seeking the feminist equivalent of Marxist classless society as telos and revolutionary praxis as method, would feminism be barking up the wrong tree? We could say that feminism is primarily a form of critique. It has variously sought to demystify difference, to isolate the sources of women's subordination, to identify patriarchy as a universal regime of male domination, to analyze its roots, and to deconstruct the sex-gender system. It finds its limits in an implicit reformism, the rectification of the wrongs it uncovers. What I mean. Feminist analysis of the condition of women has been, for the most part, articulated in terms of the following. These are words you hear all the time, almost buzzwords: discrimination, oppression, exploitation, subordination, dispossession, powerlessness, and violence. Not a comprehensive list, there are more words. Such a critique assumes the implicit demand that the terms should be altered or reversed. Thus, equality in response to discrimination, emancipation from the forms of oppression, justice from exploitation, domination as a reversal of subordination, ownership of property as against dispossession, which we've heard about before, power versus powerlessness, and counter-violence as a response to violence. Now, even as I speak, you must have thought to yourself, even ownership of property much, and certainly not counterviolence. Feminism's demands have instead been coded in terms of reform by legislative fiat or mind-changing education or both, rather than full-fledged opposition to the status quo. Feminist futures are not predicated on an overthrow of existing economic, social, or political arrangements. I should make clear that my critique here is not issued as a call for a revolutionary feminism. It should be merely glib. For we know only too well why gendered antagonism on the model of class antagonism is difficult, if not impossible, to sustain. Women are implicated with men in heterosexual relations and in kinship structures. The character in the Victorian novel by Elizabeth Gaskell, the novel called Cranford, who says, "My father was a man, and I know the sex." So the trouble is, all our fathers are men, so that makes it complicated to have an outright antagonistic, and our sons are men, and so on. So this makes it complicated. So very often women are complicit with existing social arrangements. The sex wars are a reductive structure of explanation for what feminism stands for. You do have a lot of other ideas of feminism which would reduce it to sex wars, and it's not that. And feminists, all too aware that power, domination, ownership of property, and violence are precisely the masculinist values that underpin gender oppression and hierarchy, are confronted by the impossible predicament of deploying these as a means to overthrow patriarchy. So, to sum up, feminism is non-teleological in its philosophy and praxis, which is to say that its analysis is linked to causes, not outcomes. Its function is critical rather than visionary. It is ameliorative rather than oppositional in its politics. And it questions established value systems. Now, these might seem like the limits of feminism and a constraint on its politics, but it's not necessarily so. To bring about even one of the changes mentioned above, however modest in scope, would cause enough social upheaval to be considered radical, if not utopian, in ambition. All the same, an exploration of the kind and extent of explicit feminist imagining in theory and fiction, of positive alternatives, and affirmative politics, and constructive visions could provide access to the realm of desire, while also exposing its contradictions. I want to propose here that two of the most radical forms that such imagining has taken up, and I'm sure you can come up with more such radical ideas, but let me put these forward. One such imagining is the separation of the sexes, so that you have a world without men, a society exclusively of women, which you call a ladyland or a herland, and that's one kind of thought experiment that feminism engaged in. And second is the destabilization of gender, either what we might call androgyny, genderlessness, or a proliferation of genders. So policy, many, why two genders or not many others. So the first of these, the separation of the sexes, identifies men as the source of the problem and seeks to exclude them. But the second diagnoses gender as the structural cause of the problem and seeks to trouble the conceptual schema of male and female. The word trouble, as you know, is from Judith Butler's Jenny. I shall return to the implications of these ideas for feminism, but for now I want to draw attention to their utopian dimension. Utopian because they do not as yet exist in pure form anywhere. Although like all utopias, they have a prefigurative dimension, by which I mean they exist in some kind of form and they're envisaged in some form. Roke's Sultana's dream is a utopian fiction, or as the title says more simply, a dream. Utopia is an ideal place, it's utopia, O-U-T-O-P-I-A, which is a no place. That is, it simultaneously offers an ideal and acknowledges that it is beyond reach. But insofar as it is a place or world that has been imagined, it brings it within the scope of human imagination. What can be thought can be realized. Or let's put it another way. What has never been thought cannot ever be realized. The utopic imagination represents hope, freedom, a politics of the possible, or an immature politics. This is a quotation from Indira Gandhi, which is of course an immature politics, by which she means a minoritarian or anarchic politics. What interests me about utopia, however, is a symptomatic reading. What reality is it reactive to? What are the conditions of its possibility? What limits does it operate within and why? What aspects of reality is it guilty of repressing? A certain reality is always the condition of utopia, acting as both its constraint and its inspiration. So, what I've said, feminism has not articulated its ends in any systematic way in the form of a feminist manifesto, something like the equivalent of the Communist Manifesto. And for good reason, as we saw. It is nevertheless not lacking in speculative explorations of questions of gender. These have been articulated in the generic terms of a utopia. Where does utopia bear the specific leaning in science fiction, either the scientific fantasy of a world where science and technology deliver womankind and mankind from their condition of enslavement, or alternatively where women acquire and use scientific knowledge to transform the world? We have a futurity whose emancipatory possibilities are uniquely feminist. I imagine that many of you are familiar with Sultana's Dream. Are you? Have you read something? Anyway, quick synopsis. It's not a story which is driven by anything like a plot. What the author offers is a sort of lively guided tour to a new world. There's a charmed visitor, Sultana, is introduced by a native, called Sister Sarah, to the wonders of Ladyland. Sultana is intrigued to find that there are no men to be seen on the streets of the fantasy Ladyland. The men have all been shut up indoors. In response to Sultana's protest that surely it's women's place to be secluded since they are naturally weak, Sarah offers the irrefutable logic that since men are dangerous like wild animals or lunatics, it is they who must be locked up. Whereas in our world, she says, I quote, men who do or at least are capable of doing no end of mischief are let loose, and the innocent women are shut up in the zenana. So how do you protect one sex against the other? You let loose the dangerous sex and you lock up the innocent sex. And she says the logic surely should be the other way around. Sarah blames women for their own incarceration. She says, you have neglected the duty you owe to yourselves, and you've lost your natural rights by shutting your eyes to your own interests. Sister Sarah moves easily between the old world and the new to draw comparisons. For the changes in her own country had happened only 30 years before, with the succession of their queen. The young queen introduced compulsory education for all the women and banned marriage for them before the age of 21. Again, this might not seem such a big deal, but when in the early 20th century, when this book was written, especially for Muslim women, this was completely different. The agenda at the time was actually to raise the age of consent, not of marriage, but the age of sexual intercourse, from 11 to 12. And that had so much difficulty passing legislation. She's actually proposing in this land that women not marry before the age of 21. As a result, there were women scientists in her realm who were able to conduct marvelous researches. They invent machines to draw water from the atmosphere and store the heat of the sun. When the enemy attacked the country, the men went out to fight and got killed. The women were able to beat back queen took over the reins of government and had the men retreat to seclusion, where they've remained ever since. Under her enlightened rule, the land thrives, I quote. We make nature yield as much as we can, Sarah explains, so that there is electricity and aerial transport, clean streets and lush gardens in the land, and pleasurable labor, plenty of leisure, no crime, and no disease. Sultana meets the queen herself, and the queen repeats, I quote, we dive deep into the ocean of knowledge and try to find out the precious gems that nature has kept in store for us. After she has visited all the places of learning in Ladyland, the universities, the laboratories, the observatories, Sultana wakes up from her dream and the story ends there. Sultana's dream is rightly admired for its charming conceit of a reversal of gendered roles, which places women in government and in public places like streets and gardens, and men in powerless roles and invisible in domestic spaces like the kitchen or the mardana as it's called. The consequences are entirely beneficial. It's poetic justice in the fate that men suffer. It's their own self-destructive aggression that brings them to defeat. Women, given the opportunity, use their political and military power wisely and with restraint, and they put their scientific knowledge to the best possible use for development and environmental purposes. I compare this very briefly. We can see some resonances of well-known texts like Gulliver's Travels, which Rokaya knew and admired. Could also perhaps see how it resembles Alice in Wonderland, the young girl who's full of curiosity, who goes to explore a new world, and openness and the wonder with which she receives an initiation into novel experiences and a continuous education in ideas, and the logic of the internal logic of these worlds themselves. And you know there are other famous books, some of which came a bit later, Charlotte Perkins Gilman's Herland, but it's unlikely that either writer knew of the other's work. And it's also interesting to look at another famous book that came out in the subcontinent at the same time, which is Mahatma Gandhi's Hind Swaraj. And again, structurally similar because that too involves a dialogue between two characters. But of course, Gandhi was extremely against science and technology. But there are other parallels between the two. I won't go into that. Now, there are points of discomfort in this story that again, you must be aware of even from my narration. When her husband finished reading the story, he's supposed to have said, a terrible revenge. So primarily this was men's disappearance into the Zenana strikes readers a masterstroke of the narrative. And the revenge motive is made much of in reading Sultana's dream, but you can't read it primarily as an attack on the male sex. Rokaya could not have been blind to the ideological implications of an idealized female ruler, maintaining segregation and retaining the sexual division of labor while merely inverting it. So the text is noticeably reticent about the politics of the reverse enslavement of men. And it's a similar reticence here, and I think it's a sign of the discomfort, the ideological discomfort, about women's recourse to military might. How did they come to power? They had to fight a war. And it's all based on scientific inventions, and there's almost no bloodshed in defense of their land. Gandhi, again, was somebody who mocks the kind of nationalism which uses violence to take over power. But Rokaya was pushed to acknowledge that a female regime would be possible only if men were overthrown and kept under control, and that for this to happen, force would be required. The necessity of force as an aspect of the state, even if Ladyland does away with police and magistrates, is obviously contrary to the philosophy of Mahatma Gandhi. So the difficult conditions, the possibility of a Ladyland cannot be wished away. But Sultana's dream does not celebrate them in a triumphalist spirit. The contradictions underlying feminism's futures are made transparent in Sultana Street. Ruqayya also seems to accept that there are some essential female values, that all women are naturally and automatically pacifist, they could want to cultivate nature, that they would indulge in harmonious social coexistence, they would avoid conflict, and all of this would inform a female-dominated society. We might, of course, want to argue that necessarily be so. So, and more questionable still for readers today, although many of our defenders point out that she wrote, don't forget, 1909, before the two world wars and the atom bomb. So as an unquestioned faith in the beneficial value of technological advances and scientific discoveries. Humankind's conquest of nature is embraced as an unadulterated good. Harness the sun, harness water, so you actually man conquers nature. And the interesting thing, however, as one critic points out, is that the driving force behind the success of the utopian feminist country of Ladyland is women's education. And what is the nature of this education? They learn science, technology, and virtue, which work together in perfect harmony. And this was a time that women's education at the time, and to some extent in many parts of the world even today, tended to stress useful domestic skills, soft subjects, humanities and so forth, rather than the hard sciences. So Ruqayya is also making the point that women must acquire the same knowledge as men and are capable of acquiring mastery in the sciences. Knowledge is not only power in the hand, although it represents that too, it's enlightenment. The faith displayed here in all innocence, both in the capacity of technology to achieve a good society and in women's different, i.e. ethical and purposive use of scientific knowledge, have been subjected to a great deal of questioning, of course. I want now to contextualize this aspect of Ruqayya's story, its techno-scientific utopianism, within a broader feminist theoretical frame. Again, this is something you probably come across again and again when you study a kind of history of feminism, that it had three distinctive modes of conceptualizing alternative social relations or political structures. One is the political liberal, the other the ethical radical, and the third is sexual techno-scientific. And so I won't go over these in any detail, but political liberal is often correlated with various stages. The political liberals seen in the first stage and traced back to the French Revolution, which provided the language of equality to women, inadvertently, not directly. And so the demand for political equality for women, the right to vote, and other kinds of parity, equal pay for equal work, the opportunity for education, entry into careers, childcare and maternity benefits, wages for housework, all of these are part of the liberal political framework. And the campaign against violence is also couched in the language of rights, nowadays in the language of human rights, where even socially and culturally sanctioned violence against women is deemed to constitute an offense against women's human rights. So in many countries, such acts as sati, the widow being immolated on her husband's funeral pyre, is seen as something that is religiously enjoined on women. But even so, human rights trumps religious rights, and women are protected from such acts. Now, this kind of juridical equality has by and large been conceded to women all over the world by national constitutions and through United Nations mandates and conventions. It constitutes its own limits. For one thing, there's a distance between formal equality and actual equality, what the conditions that obtain on the ground. And also there is a ceiling to the achievement of rights, and Juliet Mitchell puts it. Our heads, she says, those in the feminist movement in the West, hit a ceiling. It is not a glass ceiling, but a concrete one. It comes to kind of a plateau, and we are plateauing. There's very little space to go beyond this. Influential critiques of liberal feminism have originated from feminist and other intellectuals adopting and advocating culturally other perspectives, also argue that political liberalism is essentially Eurocentric. So from perceiving the limits of equality politics, such critiques have gone on to question the hegemony of claims made in the name of its universality. There are ethnographic works like Saba Mahmood's Politics of Piety, for instance, which have invoked strongly cultural relativist arguments, to my mind problematically, to recognize and legitimize pious Egyptian women, Muslim Salafa women's submissive religiosity in order to challenge liberal feminism. And they've succeeded in considerably destabilizing its complacency. Now, the differing emphasis of women's demands are sometimes envisaged as I said, evolutionary stages or phases of the feminist movement. So again, I quote Juliet Mitchell, who says, the first stage of our movement was directed to putting right the wrongs of women. The second is an emphasis on the values, the importance of the qualities of womanhood and femininity, such values as peace, caring, nurturance, and this is what I call the radical ethical phase, which is a move away from liberal equality and the struggle for rights and justice, which are now perceived not just as insufficient, but as actually complicit with feminist values. So in asking for those things that men have, we are complicit with male masculinist values. So there's a move towards embracing alterity, coded as feminine now, and envisaging social relations in a radically different mode. And so attributes of care, nurture, cooperation, pacifism, and the like displays conflict, competition, instrumental reason, which are seen as male in origin and ideology. In Rokaya's story, you find how feminism is both liberal, political in urging social reform, asking for women the same rights that men have, education, political participation, as well as ethical radical in separatist desires for a female world. More radical still is a relatively recent development in feminism, which is the questioning of the sex-gender system itself. And this draws upon post-structuralist deconstruction, binary structures, which is associated with Jacques Derrida, or with Foucault's studies in the history of sexuality. You have French feminist theorists who have sought to unground sexual identities. And if the opposition man-woman is built on biological difference between the sexes and has in turn supported the sexual division of labor, then this structure itself would have to be brought down in order to dismantle the system. Why two sexes? Why not a proliferation of sexual identities on a much broader spectrum? If sexual difference is the ground of women's oppression, who consign to childbearing and maternal function, and perceived as an object of sexual violence, particularly of course rape, then the removal of sexual difference alone can liberate them. The refusal of biology as destiny, which was the program of Simone de Beauvoir, Second Sex, as you know, 1951, has long constituted one of their studies. Judith Butler's argument about the performativity of gender renders it flexible and open to transformation, unquote. And all this, of course, very, very familiar, so I'm just starting familiar ground for you. Gender should be overthrown, eliminated, or rendered fatally ambiguous, because it's always a sign of subordination for women, she said. And before her, Donna Haraway, and I made a mistake when I said there's no feminist manifesto. Donna Haraway had one, the Cyborg Manifesto, had expressed here the utopian dream of the hope for a monstrous world without gender. Genderlessness is a feminist future analogous to Marxism's goal of eradicating class. Now, much of the impetus for this thinking has come from the gay, lesbian, bisexual, transgender movement in recent years, and informed it. The dissolution of gender identities and sexual difference has been an aspect of the utopian imagination for much longer. In Sultana's dream, you see how easily the reversal of gender roles is brought about, which shows that it is essentially a performative condition. And in Ladyland, Sultana is told by Sarah, "You look mannish." And Sultana is surprised about it, but what it means is that she acts, she's so shy She acts like the men in the country, and therefore she's mannish. And her own shyness comes from the result of her being a secluded woman in her own society, and she's unaccustomed to being out on the streets without the veil. So in contrast to the fearlessness and confidence with which women in Ladyland move around. So the wearing of the veil and taking away of the veil changes the performance of gender. And connected sexual radicalism to techno-scientific developments. This connection does not explicitly figure in French feminist thought or in Judith Butler's work, nor has it been prominent in the contemporary LGBT movement. In Sultana's dream, Rokhaya is vague about the sexual order of Ladyland. The queen has a little daughter, but we learn that healthcare is left to the men in their domestic roles, and we don't know who fathered her child. Presumably, men play their traditional role in sexual reproduction, but there is no explicit mention of marriage or the usual forms of heterosexuality. It is, of course, their superiority in scientific and technological know-how that gives women the upper hand in Ladyland and inverts the power structure. But Rokhaya does not stretch her imagination to envisage the biological order itself being disturbed by scientific advances in the field. This had to await discoveries and innovations that came later in the 20th century. Now come to the very last part of my essay, the way where Rokhaya falls short and where feminism has moved beyond her. The earliest of the feminist works which seized on the potential for women's liberation in the biotechnological revolution was Shulamit Firestone's The Dialectic of Sex, which appeared in 1970. The subtitle is The Case for Feminist Revolution. Firestone called for a feminist revolution whose goal would be, I quote, not just the elimination of male privilege, but of the sex distinction itself. Genital differences between human beings would no longer matter culturally. Her vision was futuristic, but it grew from a Marxist consciousness of history. She draws upon Engels, who says, we must examine the historic succession of events from which sex antagonism has sprung in order to discover in the conditions thus created the means of ending the conflict. So unless you have a historical perspective, you won't know what is the antagonism and you cannot bring an end to it. Even more strikingly, it was a vision that had its basis in a reading of the present. And it's essentially optimistic reading, I quote. She says, for the first time in some countries, the preconditions for feminist revolution exist. Indeed, the situation is beginning to demand such a revolution. What she meant was the new scientific changes that were happening. One was cloning, contraception, and cybernetics, which were just beginning to be visible in 1970. So as a materialist, Judith Mitchell writes, Firestone gives full weight to the objective physiological sexual differences. Her argument is this: there is no doubt that the male and female of the species are distinct. The distinction that counts is the ability to bear children. This is not just because it has been socially exploited to oppress women, but because in itself it is a brutal, painful experience. So the revolution is not just against specific historical forms of society, example, capitalism, patriarchy, but against nature and its manifestations in human culture. But if she concedes female biological oppression, she also argues a way out of it. Humanity has begun to transcend nature. We can no longer justify the maintenance of a discriminatory sex class system on the grounds of its origins in nature. Indeed, for pragmatic reasons alone, it's beginning to look as if we must get rid of it. However, she's saying that if this oppression of women is grounded, biology need not be deterministic. So what, she says, even if it is biological, there is a way of overcoming biology. She calls it transcendence, but of course it becomes an overt conflict between nature and human science. So her conflict labor of women on the childbed, a shifting of emphasis from reproduction to contraception, the demand for the full development of artificial reproduction. All of this would provide an alternative to the oppressions of the biological family. And cybernation would change work to play, activity which is done for its own sake, and it would lead to a total redefinition of the economy, including the family unit. The double curse that man should till the soil by the sweat of his brow, and that women should bear in pain and travail, would be lifted through technology to make humane living the first time possibility. So here she was talking of many of the things that are seen as dystopic, and the very dystopic ideas become utopic in her case. The test tube babies, baby farms, big brother control, all of this would be removed from their horrors of the Brave New World in 1984 and guarantee a humane application that would free mankind from the trap of painful biology. I quoted all of this from Firestone at some length to show the extent of faith that a certain strand of feminist thought has invested in biotechnological means of liberating women from their biologically reduced condition. What is not clear from Firestone's position is what role the feminist movement would play in bringing about this development. And that is something she never talks about. What's the role that women should benefit from this? Neither does Donna Haraway. She says we should not be oppositional to science, we should be open to it. But what more would feminists themselves do in bringing about this revolution? There is no doubt that 20th century advances in contraception, the birth control pill in particular, have produced a transformation in female sexual behavior for which the term liberation can be used, even if ironically. As more forms of reproduction through artificial insemination, artificial wombs, freezing of embryos, test tube babies, cloning, and the like proliferate, the relationship of the sexes will change, definitively. It is not, however, women scientists or feminist demands that are driving these changes. And we would be right to ask how much of an unmixed good the advances themselves represent. There is no doubt that these, like labor-saving machinery and the conditions of women in the workplace, have to be articulated with capitalist development in production and technology. In other words, many of these were not invented with a feminist end in view. They were invented to capitalist profit-making ends. And one of their side effects have been beneficial to women. So when Donna Haraway came to propose the Cyborg Manifesto, it seemed that the future had already arrived. And the call was merely to be ready to embrace it. She said, we are cyborgs. The cyborg is our ontology. We humans are creatures simultaneously animal and machine, who populate worlds ambiguously natural and crafted. Haraway took recourse to feminist science fiction to read in these texts what she calls quite different political possibilities and limits from those proposed by the mundane fiction of man and woman. And what she calls upon women to do is to take responsibility for the social relations of science and technology and refuse an anti-science metaphysics, a demonology of technology, whereby women would be able to transcend gender and the condition of genderedness. So in other words, if you put Rokhaya and contemporary or recent American feminists side by side, you will find that Rokhaya does not imagine a technobiological revolution which would alter women's destiny themselves in a natural way. But she does put the control of science in the hands of feminist scientists. On the other hand, Firestone and Haraway do not give the power of scientific education and of scientific innovation to women scientists. But what they do think about is science itself providing emancipatory possibilities for women. So in a sense, they divide the two aspects of the uses of science and technology. And ideally, of course, the two should come together. And if you have questions, of course, there will also be questions about genderlessness as emancipatory. Would the withering away of gender be the equivalent of the withering away of class? What might it mean if gender is removed as the grounds of oppression, what other grounds of oppression remain? How would we contend with other forms of oppression? So in a way, we might also say techno-scientific revolutions would assume all forms of emancipation, not just that of women, but and that's how Firestone also sees that labor is made more pleasant, productive, and in the realm of desire. So we're looking then for questions about, and as one critic says, that a genderless society might be counterproductive to the expression of freedom. And anything that, as it were, elides or represses difference might not be something to welcome altogether. So the removal of difference, sexual difference, might not be something that necessarily emancipatory for women. So there are many questions that I think remain. By no means is this utopia something that has solved all the questions and provides an answer acceptable to everybody. But it's the beginning of certain kinds of opens up the issue.
Thank Adria and Andrea for the wonderful introduction of Dr. Sundararajan. Where are you? Yeah. And now we are going to have Nia and Julia introducing our respondents for this occasion. Dr. Ashwini Thambi. While we are getting ready, I think this is what we'll do. After Dr. Ashwini Thambi's response, actually we all have one more official item on our agenda, which is the announcement of the essay prize winner. That Dr. Onona is going to announce the winner. And then at 4 o'clock, as we promised, there will be, I understand the food has already arrived. So we are going to maybe break for 5-10 minutes, and then we're going to come back. But those of you who have to leave, don't have to bid farewell. But those of you who can stay, I'm hoping that Dr. Sundararajan and Dr. Ashwini Thambi will be generous to stay a little bit longer and answer questions while we are also nibbling on some questions. Yes.
Today we have been granted the awesome opportunity to hear feminist voices. I remark upon this because, although I have been fortunate enough to land in a circle of friends who are aware and interested, perhaps obsessed, with feminist dialogue, in my experience, finding a safe space at Georgetown to articulate your most dearly held principles is rare.
A former Georgetown professor, Dr. Tambe is currently Associate Professor in the Department of Women's Studies at the University of Maryland. She's also the editorial director of the journal Feminist Studies, a premier venue for interdisciplinary feminist scholarship. Much of her inspiration is drawn from feminist activism in India and Malaysia, where she grew up. In the last 10 years, much of her work is focused on how South Asian societies regulate sexual practices. Her book, Codes of Misconduct, Regulating Prostitution in Late Colonial Bombay, reflects on the moral panics and racialized logics surrounding campaigns to curb sexually transmitted diseases and trafficking. Dr. Tambe has also co-edited The Limits of British Colonial Control in South Asia, which centers on social disorder in port cities in the Indian Ocean.
Her most recent scholarship examines the legal paradoxes and age standards for sexual consent, the shifting definitions of girlhood, climatology and scientific racism, feminist state theory, and economic liberalization and sexual liberalism in contemporary India. As a student of women and gender studies, I'm often asked, why do feminists hate men? And my answer is that feminists do not hate men. Feminists hate injustice. Feminists fight injustice. And today we have the honor to introduce you to a woman who has spent her entire academic career in that fight, Dr. Ashwini Thambe.
Thank you so much, Nia and Julia. I was so touched that you actually asked me how to pronounce my name. I do appreciate that. It is a tremendous pleasure to be back here on this campus. I have so many warm memories of teaching here, and I absolutely echo what you said, Dr. Sundararajan, about the extraordinary level of engagement the students on this campus demonstrate. There's just a certain kind of enthusiasm that is just touching. I'm also really honored to be here to respond to your work. I've always found the scholarship that you've produced to be a model of politically engaged and yet nuanced work. You know, sometimes those two things don't always go together, so I really appreciate the work that you've done. Thank you also, Uni Park, for the invitation. It's always a delight to be in your company as well, and it's wonderful to see what the energy that you've generated here in the program. So, the topic for the Women's History Month conference is Feminist Futures. Feminist Futures for Women's History Month. I think it's actually a very apt formulation because we're in a time right now in contemporary queer theory where the question of futurity and how we think and imagine the future is quite central to the field. Right? So there have been critiques of what people call reproductive futurity, a certain way of imagining the future only in terms of what we can secure and indeed clone of what we actually know of the present. There is a critique of how heterosexuality actually determines the way we imagine the future, and there's a call to imagine alternative ways of thinking about both past and the future in more speculative modes, indeed, as we've also demonstrated in your talk today. Time itself and linear modes of mapping time have been beautifully destabilized also in post-colonial theory. And so I think both post-colonial theory and contemporary queer theory have come together in our time to really problematize the way we think about time and particularly the future. So I commend you on this topic itself for the conference. Dr. Sundararajan's ideas on how feminism might engage the question of its futures and its pasts, I think, are particularly invigorating. I just read the talk, but I was just so excited by it. I was struggling with laryngitis and sinusitis this week, and I wasn't sure if I was going to be able to make it, and I read it, and I thought, better, I'm going to do this. So I'm going to respond to your talk by drawing on two strands of her reflections on time and futurity, and then elaborate my sense of the role that stories from India and about India, both news stories about sexual violence, and also examples of stories that are canonical fiction, play in US feminist teleologies. Okay, so what work does material on India do for us? That's going to be how I close. I'm going to try and speak for about maybe 15 minutes, so I'm not sure if that is enough, or you can tell me if you need more time for the awards, yeah? Okay, so here are the three topics I'm going to focus on. First of all, popular narratives around feminist futures. Secondly, the question of teleology and the refusal of stagist narratives of time, so the idea that feminism goes through certain successive waves. And third, how these teleologies map onto geographies, onto regions of the world, and how we actually think about time through space. That's how I'm going to close. So first of all, when we talk about popular narratives, as Dr. Sundararajan notes, we're at a moment where one dominant narrative about feminism actually calls into question its very future. She mentions a widespread complacency around the mainstreaming of gender. The fact that advances in women's employment and education are used as arguments that we are actually in a post-feminist era. Right? That has been something that we've been grappling with for quite a while now. But I will say that within the US, something peculiar has been going on in the last 2 years. Right? In this so-called post-feminist mode, there's this twist where there's a lot of attention, striking amount of attention being given to women who are in positions of, high-power women who are in positions of corporate or policy power, such as Anne-Marie Slaughter or Sheryl Sandberg, or even Deborah Spar, who is the president of Barna. Their voices claiming feminism as their province, and they're decrying the rigidity of US work culture and the debates as we define them on how career women should balance work and family needs, have really, I think, done something very interesting to the way people think about feminism and its futures in our time. So there's a fascinating conversation in progress, I think. I'm not sure if any papers this morning picked up on any of this sort of popular string. Okay. So I think there's a fascinating conversation in progress, but to me it's a little dismaying that it's not particularly rich in scholarly insight, because there's so much work that women's studies professors have done for decades on these questions, and it doesn't find its way into the way the conversation is represented. So the notion of having it all, for instance, right? You're probably familiar with this debate, Anne-Marie Slaughter's article that went viral in the Atlantic about, can women have it all? Yes? Quite a few of you, yeah, okay. It takes for granted that feminism, the idea that feminism had actually endorsed that specific configuration of what all means, right? Having it all. What do we mean? So in this narrative, in Slaughter and others' narrative, it's satisfying careers and heterosexual family lives, right? Being able to balance those two things are what we want when we say when we have it all. And in this symptomatically neoliberal reading, right, the future is going to be shaped by how much individual women demand either of themselves or of their employers or of their partners. So it's how much they demand of these other people that will shape what kind of a future we end up with, what kind of a feminist future we end up with. I think these are at once demands that do too much and too little. Okay? So too much because workplace cultures cannot be dismantled or reconfigured through individual decisions to either opt out or lean in. Okay? And it's also too little because the scope of what is under the microscope, as most of us in the audience will recognize, is the aspirations of upwardly mobile professional white women. Right? So those are the terms in which we're defining what having it all means. Indeed, I think we can make the argument that the very scope of feminist visions and versions of feminist futures right now in our time are drastically contracted by these voices. Okay. One of the most important moments for me in Dr. Sundaraj's talk was her observation that the very modesty of the demands that are being made in India in the aftermath of the two heavily publicized episodes of gang rape, actually, one in Delhi and one in Mumbai later on in 2013. Her observation that the very modesty of these demands, right, that women should just not be hurt, right, they shouldn't be hurt. That modesty should really give us pause. We should be asking ourselves, really? I mean, is this all we can ask for right now? She uses this modesty as a prompt for an extended reflection on whether a more robust vision is possible or even desirable within the structuring terms of feminism. So by elaborating how the primary register of feminism is that of critique, and yet a form of critique in which there are no simple reversals of the status quo, she presents us with the following prospect: that this apparent lack of a robust vision, or a more robust vision for the feminist future, actually is a matter of the constitutive terms of feminist claims making. Meaning that because feminism's primary function, as she analyzes it, is diagnostic, right, and critical, it's linked to causes and not prescribing outcomes, right, it is not a surprising thing. In addition, she says it's perhaps a good thing too, because a teleological vision of the future, right, one where you are prescribing, imagining and prescribing a rigid or a fixed future, necessarily cannot account for contingencies, right, historical shifts, and indeed the very varied constellation of constituencies, the various kinds of people and the various kinds of problems or identities that travel under the sign woman. Right? You've learned that in your feminist theory classes when you think about intersectionality, right? Who do we mean, whom do we picture when we say the word woman? The fact that we have so many different configurations of how we imagine woman should give us pause when we think about prescribing what the future should look like in feminist terms. The second point that I want to focus on from her talk is her critique of teleology and stagist narratives. And a very interesting offering of her talk is her elaboration of a non-teleological framework for describing 3 feminist modes of theorizing social relations and political structures. So she mentions political liberal, ethical radical, and sexual techno-scientific. Most undergraduates in women's studies at some point encounter the notion of the 3 waves, and a notion that 3 waves succeed each other, and implicitly that the wave that follows is usually better than the wave that preceded it, right? That is usually the sense in which we understand the wave metaphor. Now, historians such as Nancy Hewitt and transnational feminist theorists such as Inda Kavarewal and Karen Kaplan have really been at pains to move feminist conversations away from a chronological understanding of the wave metaphor. And I must here put in a plug for Nancy Hewitt's recent essay in feminist studies that uses waves in a non-chronological sense. She asks us to think about waves in the sense of radio waves. She says, you know, maybe, how about if waves actually are happening simultaneously at different frequencies? So various feminist theorists have asked us to not think in teleological terms and use the wave metaphor because, first of all, it is chronologically inaccurate because there were often simultaneous operations of different modes of feminist theorizing. So you had, you know, radical feminists doing what they did at the same time that you had prominent liberal feminists doing what they're doing. So these are not waves that follow one another, right? They're different modalities of articulating feminism. Secondly, there is an implicit, this is my point really, that there's an implicit territorialization of feminism that happens when you use the wave analogy, because it sets up Anglo-American history as a model for the rest of the world, and indeed it carries out a kind of we were here first move, right? Because if you think of waves and you're looking at waves as they happen in a certain context, and you use that as a way, a blueprint to think about what's happening in other parts of the world, you say, oh, they're having their first wave only now, right? So that way of thinking about feminism really is territorializing it in problematic ways. Indeed, we at the Journal of Feminist Studies discourage authors who submit to us from using the wave metaphor in unproblematic ways. You usually ask them to be more specific when they just use the word using first wave feminism or second wave feminism. So what Dr. Sundararajan offers is an account of modalities of feminism, not as waves, but as emphases or tendencies. And indeed, she points out they may be present at once, even within a single text. Right? So that's what we learned from her analysis of Sultana's dream. Sultana's dream actually performs feminism in each of these modes. Now, I'll just move on to my third and final point, and I'll share with you that I actually read Sultana's dream many, many years ago as a graduate student, interestingly, in the United States. I did my undergraduate education in India in a women's college, and English literature was one of my triple majors, but I was never, we had triple majors, yeah. But we weren't assigned Sultana's dream. That says a lot about something that Dr. Sundararajan has written about the colonial structure of English education or English literature education in India. In my graduate courses on post-colonial theory, Sultana's dream was circulated as an example of, and this is in the United States, it was circulated as an example of the prescience of feminism, or what we use the precociousness of feminism in India, or the maturity of Indian women's voices, as Dr. Sundararajan pointed out, 1905 or 1909, I mean, that's really early. And it coincides with a rise in stridency in this part of the world in the call for the vote. So it's an argument for coevalness, meaning that at the same point in time you find movements that are asking for similar things in different parts of the world. So you don't map the world as, you know, in terms of some parts being necessarily ahead or behind, but that they're all often shaped by similar forces in the same time. They all exist in the same time. So the question I've been musing over after receiving your paper has been, so what work does a text like Sultana's Dream do in our academy here, specifically? Indeed, since we both share a background of living in India and engaging with India in our scholarship, another question might well be, what work do stories from India,
whether news stories of gang rapes or stories that are canonical fiction from India do for us here. And I don't mean just you and me, but what specific charge do they have? What lessons are they asked to bear? And I want to close with just thinking about what the stories about the gang rape have done. So in the aftermath of the 2 rape cases from the past year or so, there's been a real spectacular visibility accorded to rape as a problem within India. In the context of the US, the meanings of this news story are inflected in very troubling ways. I want to share 2 anecdotes. So I was asked sometime early last year to give a talk on violence against women in South Asia at a university in the Northeast. And interestingly, about 3 or 4 weeks after I accepted the invitation was actually rescinded because apparently an administrator at the university who's a man of Indian origin realized or learned about the topic and decided that this wasn't going to do. And the person who invited me was very apologetic, and she said, this is really terrible, but I think what's happening is that this is a very bold attempt to manage the reputation of India, right, in the Indian Academy. And this we see happening in all kinds of places all the time. And if you're in the field of South Asian studies, it's a really important question, because you have the Hindu right trying very stridently to really shape brand India in the United States. Another colleague recently reported to me that in her university, requests for studying abroad in India have dropped over the past year because the prospect of sexual violence and sexual harassment have terrified parents as well as administrators. Now, the standard set of meanings that have been made of the Delhi gang rape have been, India is a terrible place for women because of the skewed sex ratio. There are fewer numbers of women in North India. That leads men to develop a gang mentality. Or you have India is a terrible place for women because the legal system is corrupt. India is a terrible place for women because it has not had the benefit of enlightened men or women. And finally, women are finally speaking up in India. Like, these are the various narratives that often show up in the coverage of the gang rape. The horror of sexual violence in India has largely been coded as a problem that we here have surmounted. And the barbarity of these episodes is framed as a problem in our past. The same modesty that Dr. Sundararajan noted in Indian women's demands has been noted here as well in news stories, but it's coded as a sign of the Indian women's movement's backwardness, right? That they can't seem to even ask for more than just saying, don't hurt us. So teleological understandings of feminism's pasts and futures are being very actively mapped across geographies. So the challenge then that I see your work responding to is, or really performing, is to refuse the sense that what India offers is a case of problems that we here have surmounted, and that there is nothing to learn from the history of feminism. So your very choice to resurrect, in a sense, Sultana's dream conveys a faith in its vitality and indeed the presentness of its problematique. I'm going to close with an example of feminist activism from India that actually I learned from in the wake of the gang rape in Bombay. So I'm not sure how many of you heard about this, but this was sort of a copycat incident that happened in the middle of 2013. A woman journalist, a photographer, I think, was also attacked and raped by multiple men. And the day after that, a really interesting story appeared in an online site called First Post. It was a story written in the first person, apparently by the woman who was the victim, or at least presented herself as the victim. And she said, this is what happened to me. And I'll just read one paragraph. She said, you can find out all about me, where I work, what I look like, who I know, by putting my name in Google. I also tweet a lot, so going through my Twitter timeline will give you many details about me. If you want to know what I look like, do an image search with my full name or look in Facebook. Now that you've got all you need to imagine the gang rape better, I have a few questions for which I'd love answers. And then she goes on to sort of ask, so why, how could this have happened, da, 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 da. Now, interestingly, this wasn't actually the woman who was raped, But it was a really bold and bold move by someone to say, look at how we're treating this episode, right? Where we are sort of really, there's so much of a sensationalization of this episode going on. There's so, the secrecy around the name and the question of whether to name it has become important, you know, completely out of proportion. And she takes on the question of honor and shame, right? That is such a problem in the way rape gets processed and the way victims suffer a second form of violence after the first. So I'll end there. I'm running out of time, but thank you very much and thank you for the opportunity.
I will give the stage to Dr. Onona. This undergraduate conference actually was Professor Onona's brainchild, and she has helped me organizing this every step of the way. So I think it's quite fitting that she should announce them as the prize winner.
Well, thank you so much. I'll start by saying that it's a tremendous privilege to be here today, and it's been an absolutely fantastic experience throughout the course of the past few months organizing this with Professor Park and with all of our student panelists this morning. You know, I can say you're welcome, but I'd rather highlight the fact that really this, the whole idea for this conference really is born of inspiration that I experience as your teacher, and that I know Professor Park experiences as well. So really the underlying logic for this entire conference was just this overwhelming sensation that there's brilliant research being undertaken in this program. And although you know, we may not be a department en soi, we are a vivacious program in which a broad range of really exciting, relevant, and cutting-edge research is taking place. So really, I hope you all feel a tremendous sense of accomplishment, whether or not you presented your papers today, because it's really a result of that inspiration that we came together. So thank you to everyone. So having said that, you can imagine that our work was very difficult when it came to having to choose a winner for this year's essay prize. And in fact, we ended up choosing 2 winners because our task was so without any more delay, I would like to announce this year's winners of what we named the Georgetown University Women's and Gender Studies Program Award for Excellence in Undergraduate Feminist Scholarship. So the first winner that I'd like to announce is Zoe Dawkins. And our second winner for today is Helanthia May. Congratulations. So again, a big thank you to everyone who was a part of this, and perhaps the most exciting thing about today is that this is the first of hopefully many, many more conferences to come here at Georgetown and the Women's and Gender Studies program.
Thank you. Again, thank you very much for everybody for coming. As I said at the beginning of the day, history is indeed made. It just doesn't happen, and I think we made history together. This is the inaugural conference, and so many good thoughts were thought and shared and talked about. So let's actually, this is not the end. We are going to go grab some food, and I'm hoping that Dr. Rajan and Dr. Thambi will not mind staying just 15-20 more minutes and answer some questions, and maybe even responding to each other's talks a little bit. So we'll take 10 minutes break, get some food, and we'll get back together. Thank you so very much. I have to go.